And we are back. We are back. I am riding high today. Somewhat. I think usually I'm in a fairly good mood, but I think today I'm in a hopeful mood. And that is about the best mood to do your writing in. Usually. I think you usually can't hope for a better mood than hope. The difficulty for me is feeling usually when I'm going about my normal writing, the chief difficulty for me is overcoming a sense of nihilism about the project. Yeah, that's a good note to start on. Things are going well though. Things are not nihilistic while writing. Came up for the deep dive for what we'll be doing today, which is something that's actually fairly productive to my writing project at the moment. So I usually get caught in this kind of problem that I can't write perfectly well on stream. I need to have like a very like near perfect focus to be able to write. And of course, when streaming, I get distracted. I get distracted not only by the computers around me. I normally do write with a computer, but I write with a computer that doesn't have internet access, which of course is a prerequisite for streaming. And writing is for me a very sort of solitary and enclosed act. It's something that I have to do in very, very dark rooms, as you can see. I need to have my favorite colors on the wall. My favorite color is not blue, but it is today. It is today. So that's where we are. That's where we are. So the goal today is to look at some world building and sort of to walk through the process, I think, a little bit more in depth. I was recently inspired by a book which a good friend of the stream and of me generally, Bigfoot Bjornsson. Absolutely give him a check out if you haven't. Of course, I think everybody who would happen to be watching me has probably come here from Bigfoot Bjornsson. So eternal thanks. The book which I am referencing is Invisible Cities by Italo Calvino. And that book is, as Sean pitched it to me, pure world building in essence of world building, sort of the perfect form, the final form of world building, if you like the reference to everything. The function of world building, generally speaking in a story, is to set the stage, right? Usually world building functions towards some kind of end. And it probably wasn't really until sort of the fantastical revolution that we saw under Tolkien and C.S. Lewis that we really got world building for the sake of world building. World building not necessarily just, in... For instance, Alice in Wonderland is exceptional world building, but it is certainly world building in service of a plot. Now, there's some room to argue there about whether or not it's really, in essence, in service to a plot. But it really is. I mean, the plot of Alice in Wonderland is someone gets sucked through a rabbit hole into the other world. It's the first isekai, but it's just not, it's not set in Japan, and it's not with someone who ends up in another world with their smartphone. Instead, it's Alice in Wonderland. She ends up in Wonderland with an apparent cornucopia of drugs to choose from. And I mean, literally the first thing she does there is tries a cake that causes her to grow and shrink, right? Like it's like the first thing she does. Pretty sure that's drugs. That's got to be drugs. That aside. And the obvious drug references throughout that story. I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. You can be an absolute fanatic, and I am a fan of Alice in Wonderland. Absolute fan of Alice in Wonderland. That story is about drug use. I mean that not in my capacity as any sort of social scientist or any kind of literature enthusiast. But strictly in my capacity as a reader of fiction, it is a story about drug use. I mean, one of the most essential characters in the story is actually almost every one of the essential characters in the story is on some kind of strange substance. You've got the caterpillar smoking hookah, and you've got the tea drinking madman. I mean, these are all. That aside, this is a sidetrack. The most. Oh, hey, how's it going, Quigley? Good to see you. Raving, good to see you. Good to see you. Ahoy, ahoy. I don't know why I have the chat over on this screen. I should have put it on this screen. That's got a delay from me on that. Apologies. So we'll be talking about world building today, and not just world building in service of a story, but world building in essence. What is it? What should it be doing for your story? And how can we make it be doing that better? Oh, I have all caps. That's why I can't get connected to my Wi-Fi. Right. Helps to disable caps lock. We're all good now. Okay. And let's get the chat up. Perfect. And pop out. And now we can hide our face. So, yeah, things going well, and that's what we're doing here. We are doing some world building. Let's see. And then she smokes opium. Yep, exactly. Opium and the butterfly. It is. I agree that it's quite explicit. I feel that it's very explicit. I've had debates with people about the explicitness of Alice in Wonderland's world building and drug references, and I got quite a lot of pushback from people with PhDs in literature, and I was genuinely surprised, because I almost thought that it was common knowledge by that point. But after that, I just anticipated always being disagreed with on the subject. So, let's see. How do I hide? I don't need to see my own face. How do I hide the video? I can do this. This always happens. Maybe if I'll just scroll down, or like hide this and mute the tab or something. That'll be what we do. We'll mute the tab. Okay, perfect. Hey, yo, Danger, how's it going? Yeah, it really doesn't seem that metaphorical to me either. So, my newest project that I've been working on is a fantasy set in the same world that I've ever set all of my stories in. And having a lot of opportunity now over the course of 3 different stories to dive deeper and deeper into the world building of the lore that I've created has given me additional opportunity to appreciate what world building is still bringing to the story at this late stage. 3 stories in, you would think that I would be exhausted with this world, that I would be looking to expand outside it. But every single time that I write another story in this world, I find that it gets deeper and richer than I thought that it was before. I'm finding that the world is sort of deepening around me. And my biggest goal when I set out to write this story was I wanted to create a sense of the depth when it hits the reader. I want it to be something that you lose yourself reading in, and it does feel deep. I want you to feel like you're in the ocean, and in one of those, you can't see the land from any shore, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and you're 100 feet under, and you see that giant gradient where the water just keeps getting darker and darker, and you can't even see the things that are swimming around you. And some of them may be enormous. You could have whales swimming around you, but you can only barely see their shadows. That's the kind of depth of world building that I just want you to have the feeling of, that you're in some kind of very, very dark water. And it's just endless. I just want it to have that kind of abyssal void at the end of it, but not in a hopeless way, just in a kind of wow, there's a lot to explore. There's too much to explore. I couldn't possibly consume all of this, because that's how the real world is. The real world is that there is too much for you to explore everything in one reading, in one lifetime. My idea hit a roadblock when I started to look for a plot. I'm not good at thinking up desires and problems and such. Interesting. I've hit similar roadblocks like that, and this actually does feed into our discussion considerably. That's exactly the kind of roadblock that I'm trying to avoid right now. I've been at the same scene for, I think, a week now. And I've written, I think, 7,000 words in the story so far. I'm not very far into it, but I did recently read some at the open mic day with the Writers Network, TWN. If you haven't heard of it, if you are a writer, absolutely should join the Twitch Writers Network. It's a Discord group, and also there's a Discord link here. So if you don't have the Discord link for TWN, jump into there and then tell me, and I'll post the Discord link for TWN. Jump in the Discord that I've linked on mine. That aside, they do open mic nights where people read things, of course. And I recently had the opportunity to read some of my story there, the sort of opening that I've developed. And I feel a lot more confident after I've had the opportunity to read it to some people. Not just because they liked it, which was very, very helpful, but because it gave me the confidence to feel like I was doing something. Like, I want this story to go somewhere. I'm willing to like emotionally invest in developing it to read it to an audience. That said, I'm not developing this story for an audience. I'm not writing it for other people. I've written stories in the past with this goal of getting it published, or getting it in front of an agent, or getting it in front of a publisher, an indie publisher, whatever it is. I'm not doing that this time, because it is... It takes some kind of heart from the story that I never feel like I'm getting the opportunity to write a story for myself. So I'm doing that this time. I'm trying to write a story for myself. And in that process, I'm trying to make sure that the story is everything that I want it to be. And what I want that sense of depth, but I also want it to be this very, very rich story, something that feels... I want it to flow, I guess. It should be something almost passive. It should be very, very easy to read. I want it to have, like poetry is easy to read. And I don't mean that it's not because it rhymes, but it's just because poetry is presented in this very experiential way. The goal is to experience the words, not just, sort of get their meaning semantically and put them together like you normally do when you're reading fiction. You're not just trying to get the meaning of a sentence, but you're trying to get this kind of feeling and this sort of ethereal quality that happens to the poetry itself. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Quickly. That is too kind. Right, the opposing force to my protagonist to get the understanding. That is a very good technique, absolutely. And yes, I wholeheartedly endorse, after spending a lot of years writing for other people or writing for an audience of some kind, writing for myself is so much more earnest. I used to write poetry, and the poetry I wrote 90% of the time was for myself. 95% of the time it was for myself, and the other 5% of the time it was for romantic interests, which they weren't terrible poems, but they weren't poems that I would read aloud. Maybe they were terrible. I also think that sometimes that's kind of the point of poetry, is not necessarily to be good, but to be expressive. So that aside, let's see. Writing for lovers is always good fun. Hey, how's it going, Chapter 3? Good to see ya. So, world building. It's a difficult art. It really is. And the difficulty of world building doesn't just come from the creative aspect, but it comes from the systemic aspect, which is what we're going to be mostly sort of dwelling on today. The systemic aspect that I mean to point to is that when we write something, when we create a world, we can't be creating things in isolation. And it typically comes with an idea, an isolated idea that sort of spawns a lot of the world building. But if you do it in isolation, if you have these isolated parts of world building, then it starts to feel isolated. It doesn't feel like you're really building a deep world. It feels like you're sort of making sort of surface level modifications to the existing world, and perhaps not necessarily exploring the full ramifications of those. Case in point, looking at something like Harry Potter, the depth of the world feels immense at first, I think. There's a sense of depth that happens when you go through Diagon Alley and you're at the Harry Potter castle, and just everything's so different. You had to walk through platform 9 3/4, and they give you this sense that all of these systems are just, it's a different world. I mean, you've got totally not anti-Semitic goblins running the banks, ignoring that, but you have, and clearly racial segregation, and also a system of slavery of elves. Again, not necessarily all of the aspects are good, and that's kind of the point, right? All of the aspects of our world aren't good. So when we create a world, it makes sense. Now, of course, when something isn't good, we usually want to draw a little bit more attention to it than sort of casually mentioning that house elves are a thing and that a lot of people have them, and this is sort of like morally okay in the wizarding world. But it is important that you do have systems that exist in the world that aren't necessarily doing anyone a lot of favors, that aren't necessarily, very progressive or ideal. It's also important, though, that your systems have relationships with one another. It's important that when we insert and we say, okay, all of the goblins, for whatever reason, this is a whole race of people in this world that, and they're not people, they're goblins. So I mean, I don't think they're like human, and I think they're like a separate species. So there's a whole species of humanoid like creatures who do the banking in this world for some reason. Why? What's the explanation for that? Why does this racism exist? Why, if we see a random goblin on the street, should we expect them to be a banker? If they're not a banker, should we expect them to be judged very negatively for it? Should we expect them to be positively judged for it? Is it oh, you got yourself out of the banking world, nice on you, good for you not being one of those scheming goblins over there in I don't know, Wells Fargo? Yeah, Harry Potter is absolutely, it has a lot of problematic world-building elements. And the reason for that, I think, is because the systems don't seem to talk to each other a whole lot. There's the house elves. But the systems don't talk to each other. They don't relate. When we learn a new spell, it feels like we've learned a new spell in isolation. It doesn't feel like these are connecting spells. You can't string them together and then suddenly get completely new forms of magic. The magic doesn't build on each other. You've learned an isolated spell. And then you have to wonder, why are these kids in school for 4 years? Are they just learning individual spells? Is that all their training is? It doesn't really seem like beyond the simplistic use of, think of good things when you use the spell, the one that makes light out of your wand. What is that? Expecto Patronum. When you use the spell Expecto Patronum, you're supposed to think of all the things that make you happy or something like that, right? But that doesn't seem like a very difficult use of magic. It seems like anybody could think of something that makes them happy, say the spell, and then get it to happen. In fact, when Harry can't do it, it just kind of feels a little bit light, I guess. It doesn't feel as consequential. We know at some point he's going to be able to do it, right? So we have this problem. We have this problem that the systemic parts of Harry Potter don't really talk to each other that well. We're introduced a new concept, something that's really, really cool, a potion that makes people lucky. And then it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't have it has a plot payoff, but that's it. These elements of world building are introduced solely to move the plot along, and then they're dropped. I mean, the Time Turner is the most notorious and nefarious example of that, pernicious example of that, in that it potentially undermines the entire plot of the show if you can just turn back time and have all of these things be undone. And this sort of weird in-world explanation as well, only if sort of the time loop had already been created, right? You're already doomed to repeat it. But now you've entered into a paradox. How do you know when to use the Time Turner? Or if you use the Time Turner, is it only after the loop has been created, or have you just created the loop, right? And those kinds of questions aren't answered because they're not the focus of Harry Potter, because the focus of Harry Potter never was a story in the wizarding world. It was a story in our world about wizards. And that's fine. That's been done before. In fact, It's a very popular model for making stories. That's half of the basis-ish of The Once and Future King. So how do we make the world building give us that story-like depth? How do we make the world building not just serve as a function of the plot, but serve as a function of the story? It should be something that immerses your reader. It should be something that contributes to their perception of the story. It should be something that shapes the theme. It should be things that when you create these aspects of world building, they should be reflecting symbolism and thematic development, character development. They should be embedded into every single part of the world experience. And that's easier said than done, of course. Themes are very difficult to develop. It's important that we do start with themes. I highly recommend starting with a theme. Absolutely right. It is a good first step. Because themes are going to inform you as the author how you'll be developing your story. Like, they give you the sort of idea template, the lens, with how you'll be interpreting events or how you'll be interpreting aspects of world building. When you develop, a crustacean market in your story, a market where people buy and sell crabs and lobsters and prawns. If you have a little market like that in your story, what kind of people use this market? And maybe they're not even like our crustaceans, right? But every world is probably going to have crustaceans. Evolution sort of tends to like funnel into crustaceans for some reason. Their design is very evolutionarily advantageous. So it's very likely any fantasy world would probably have some form of crustacean. So even if yours doesn't necessarily have specifically crabs and lobsters, it's very likely that you'll have some kind of shelled creature that wanders beaches. Your shelled creature that wanders beaches, what function does it serve in your story? If you develop this really, really cool animal that can see, 18 colors, and it's got spines that can pierce a human skin in faster than the speed of sound. Amazing animal. What does it do? And it can have a plot point. That's important. It's absolutely important that it participates in plot. But we have to be really, really careful about the ramifications that these little things can pile up on. Everything should have a very large ripple effect. We want ripple effects. That's how we know that our story has meat to it. And the reason that I went for water when I was sort of looking at my thematic goal for this story is because water always moves all at once. When I think of being underwater, if you move your hand through the water, all of the water around your hand moves all at once. It just pushes along as if you're not moving the water almost. The water's moving around you and pushing you along at the same time that you're moving through it. Who's moving who? That kind of depth, that kind of perfect unity between movements is what we want to create when we world build things. So let's go back to our crustacean creature. We think of a crustacean creature that wanders along the beach, and people would, of course, kill it and eat it. It's an animal. It's always going to be killed and eaten. Now, some people might not, right? Who's not going to eat it? That's a question to ask. Who isn't going to be eating this creature? Is there going to be a religious reason or a cultural reason for not eating it? And maybe that question is partly answered by who is eating it. We ask the question first, who is eating this creature? Okay, poor people, beggars, rush to the beaches and they eat this crustacean. Now, then you have to ask yourself, and this is where having some historical or biological knowledge is going to be very, very handy, or some research, just some people who jump, or not people, you jump on Google and research a couple of things. But what would be the effects if a bunch of people ate crabs? Turns out it would probably create a lot of disease, right? Because crabs are notorious for having a bunch of parasites and bacteria and whatnot. You have to cook them very, very thoroughly. But of course, if they're beggars that are rushing to the beach to eat these, beggars probably aren't going to have access to the means of cooking it. It reminds me of something, Brandon Sanderson's comments on magic. How does it impact the society and economy? Absolutely. We have to know how magic would impact the society and economy. If you've got somebody who can just conjure gold, I mean, that's going to potentially create an inflation problem. You're going to have laws that are then created about the use of magic unless magic is something secret. Or you'll have economists who will be academic economists who are going to be theorizing. If there are people who are, you've got alchemists in your world, but they're secret, and they're secretly creating their own supply of gold, you're going to have economists studying this phenomenon in the world going, we have inflation that is continually going above what we're projecting. Constantly. Why are our inflation projections always so wrong when we're the ones controlling the minting of new coins? We should be able to perfectly calculate our inflation. And yet somehow all of this coin keeps getting injected into the economy. It's not fakes. We can look. We see there's no fake gold. Yeah, exactly. First thing they're going to do is they're going to stop using gold as the basis for currency. Which, to be fair, magic probably did them a favor there. So we have to be looking at all of the ramifications. There are going to be ramifications like disease. There are going to be ramifications when it comes to biological ecosystems, when it comes to apex predators, and when it comes to like food chain supplies. Once you insert humans into an equation of, otherwise a perfectly biologically functioning ecosystem, once you insert humans into the equation, it ceases to be perfectly sustaining. And so now you have to be asking, what are those ramifications down the line? If we have all of these beggars eating the crabs, okay, the crabs probably go into some kind of scarcity. Is this going to create a false impression of delicacy for people who don't eat crabs, the rich people who don't normally eat crabs? Or does this create a scarcity among the beggars? And maybe now they're fighting even harder over every single crab. And maybe now the rich people are off to the side watching them fight over crabs. And they're even more disgusted with crabs. And they're like, well, that's why we don't eat them. They're actually poor, not because they're poor and then eating crabs. They're poor because they eat the crabs. Eating crabs is bad luck. And now a superstition forms around the crabs, right? This is going to be a cultural development that happens over hundreds and hundreds of years. Ask yourself, how long have people been doing this? Has this been going on for 50 years or 500 years? Because the cultural ramifications of 500 years of cultural practice versus 50 years are going to be drastically different. I mean, I'm not an economist. I'm sure there might be an argument that I could be convinced for the gold standard. I don't know. I absolutely not an economist. I would have to just go with my assumption that I've heard that it's not good from economists, I assume. I guess that's an assumption that I should question more if the gold standard is really so bad. That's why I'm enjoying writing the prequel to my current work in progress, because it's allowing me to dive into the structures that existed before the end of days. Excellent. Yeah. I love when I can use like additional projects like that, like prequels and whatnot, to flesh out aspects of my world building that intrigued me. And I think that's the sort of thing that helps also, of course, with readers, is when you think about, oh, what would, if this is something that intrigues me, if this is the story that I think is interesting next in my world, of course, your readers are going to be along with you. If they enjoyed that first one, of course, they're going to be along the ride for that next interesting thing. So it's excellent to be diving into it like that. Now, I have the difficulty when it comes to this kind of world building is you have to have a dual track mind. And on the one side, you have to be narrowing down further and further and further into specificity and getting clearer and clearer answers to all of your questions. And you have to be asking a lot of questions. You have to engage an analytic mind for that. But at the same time, you have to be engaging a creative process. And the creative process has to be constantly expanding. And that expansion is going to lead you into new ramifications. What are additional ripples for this kind of change or this kind of idea? If I want to develop the idea of people who worship orca whales, what does it mean for them when they see orcas jumping on the horizon? If somebody kills an orca, what are the legal ramifications or the cultural ramifications? Are they expensive to buy? Can you buy them? Who hunts them? All of those sorts of things. So I have pre-prepared sort of lines of inquiry for my own nefarious purposes, but I don't think they're not applicable. Is it a black market purchase? Indeed. Hey, how's it going, Dorothy? So, the other thing, so we've got that dual process, that the two processes. One analytic, narrowing down, getting more and more specific, and the other one, creative, and having to expand. I apologize. That is on me. Is it Dorothea? I'm going to try this 100 times. You can also try to type it phonetically. I don't know if that's going to have any success. I might still read it wrong. I apologize. I am Thea, maybe? Thea? Would I say Thea or Thea? I think Thea. Dorothea? Is that how I should say it? It's a mood. It sounds like a bad mood. Yay, Dorothea. Okay, apologies. It will, I hope, not happen again. I'm usually better at remembering it after you've corrected me. Dorothea. Thank you. I appreciate. I will collect points until the day I die, and then I will get to spend them in heaven. I'm just kidding. There is no God. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm not an authority on the subject. So, I have two scenes that I am going to be, I have two scenes that I'm going to be looking at, and they're right adjacent to each other. The scene that I've actually been hung up on is the scene right before this, which I continue to be hung up on today. But I've decided that I'm just not excited about it. And so I'm going to take a break from it. When you hammer away at something for a week straight and don't achieve success, then sometimes it's best to just stop before you hurt yourself, which often I feel very close to when something's not working out. In this case, we're taking a step back and we're doing the next scene. So instead of trying to build around the scene that we are currently failing at, we will build around the next scene that we will fail at. That's totally fine. I don't mind failing at the next scene because I'm not there yet. I don't have to write it yet. But the next two scenes are, first of all, well, of course God would disagree. The first scene is a scene on a boat. I have two people and they are standing on a boat. And what I need out of this scene is I need a perfect unity between plot, scene building. What is that called? What's the word that setting. Goodness. Between plot, setting, character development, and theme. And the first question to ask, the most important question, I think, is what is the theme? What theme do we want to emerge out of this conversation between our main character, Avir, and a fisher? The purpose of this conversation is very, very clear to me. The purpose of this conversation is Avir is looking for a fisher so that she can identify a virtue user, a person who uses virtues, basically a wizard, for crude adjacents to the idea. A kind of wizard, a kind of magic user, except it's magic that is based on doing good things in the world, kind of. So she's looking for a person who does good things and gets a bunch of magic. And Avir is planning to kill them when she finds them. But she has to be sure first. She's not just going to kill a random person. Like, it's not one of these, I think you might be the guy, so that's good enough. She wants to be absolutely sure because she doesn't want to be killing normal humans. That's probably not good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. How did it not show up? I have a thing to tell me when this happens. I appreciate the follow, Dorothea. I think my... Oh, you know what it is? I had to flip my... I reset my whole streaming thing, so I don't have the banner that says when I have a human. I don't know how to turn that back on. That'll be fixed later, behind the scenes. But I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Yeah, when it comes to almost every single part of the story that I try to develop, for the most part, when it's not a lone person traveling from one continent to the other, it is usually conversation, unless it's an action scene, right? A little different. Conversations are the driving force of 90% of a book. Dialogue is what makes it feel like things are happening in between things happening. And when we are writing a conversation, the first thing that I always ask is, what is the purpose of this conversation? And the purpose of the conversation doesn't necessarily have to be forwarding the plot. It's usually, actually, probably 50% of the time it's thematic, 30% of the time it's forwarding plot, and 20% of the time it's character development, if I was sort of rough estimating this. The purpose of this conversation, this fisher is not important to the plot. It turns out that this fisher, who Avir is hunting because she thinks they may be a virtue user, is not a virtue user. And the conversation, I know how it will end, plot-wise. The conversation is going to end with this person getting pushed off the boat, not by Avir, just by forces. Turbulent winds, a storm comes in, they get pushed off the boat. And Avir is sort of sitting around for a moment, waiting for them to save themselves, thinking, okay, well, if they're a virtue user, they should be able to just sort of rise out of this water, everything will be fine, and then I'll kill them. But when they don't rise out of the water, Avir is standing on this boat for far more time than she thinks should be necessary for this person to save themselves. And then she realizes, oh, this person is not going to save themselves. In fact, I can sort of, see them dying. Not really see, but feel. She can feel them dying. She's got magic, whatever. And she is concerned that they're not going to. So she decides to dive into the water and save her. She's not saving her, just to be clear, because she wouldn't save people for themselves. She's not saving her because she thinks that this is a person who deserves saving. But she's saving them because they might be the person she has to kill. But she has to make sure. So she dives into the water, saves the fisher, and comes back up. Before that, I need a conversation between her and the fisher. I need the conversation that starts when they're not on the boat and continues when they're out to sea. Because in between things happening, people should be talking, generally, in a story. That's how we keep these actions from feeling like isolated events. 90% of our day as humans is spent probably talking for most people. If not talking in person, talking online or over text or over chats or whatever it is. Most of our day is conversations. I think, broad generalization. A lot of our day is conversations. And those drive things forward. They make it feel like time is going faster. It's not stagnating. When you're reading walls and walls of description in a book, or walls and walls of action, things happening, it doesn't feel very active. It doesn't feel like a lot of things are happening. If somebody walks through an entire town and keeps finding things, right, you could say a lot of things happened. Oh, they found this thing in a drawer, and then they found this thing under a table, and they found this thing under a chair, and then they found this thing on the roof. You could say a lot of things happened, but not really. Even if all of those things are super, super important, it's just not going to feel to a reader like any of this is really action. So action is driven by conversation. In between things happening, somebody gets onto the boat, they should be talking to somebody. Of course, we're always talking to somebody if we get onto a boat, if we're sailing with them. We're not just going to stand there in silence. That would be creepy. So they're talking. Maybe I should check out character actions before desire and problems. Or think up characters' dream in life. Characters' dreams in life, yeah. So they're like goals and aspirations are always very, very helpful for giving you a driving force to that character, something definitional. I one of the things that I usually go for instead of what their dream is, I go for what they struggle with. Because I think it's a lot, when we're talking about like actual development of human beings, I think there are a lot of people who, you ask them like, what's your defining character trait? Usually you phrase that better. But what's your defining character trait? And then they say, oh, I want to be a doctor. Or, oh, I want to be a lawyer. Or, oh, I want to be the president. But we usually kind of think of those kinds of lines as a little bit childish. And I think we almost blush when we say them, even when we're saying something like, oh, I want to be a writer. It's like we're almost saying it aspirationally, right? Of course, and it is aspirational. We're saying I want to be. I'm not saying that something being childish is necessarily bad, or that there should be any shame over saying something like that, because there absolutely shouldn't be. We should have wants and we should have dreams about what we want to be. We should always be thinking about how we can be better or be what we want to be. But I think there is a sense of surface levelness to that, because then if you follow that up and you say, why do you want to be a doctor? It gets a lot harder to answer. People say, oh, I want to be a doctor because I want to save people. I want to do good things. You could do good things as a politician. Why do you want to be a doctor? I want to do it with my own hands. You could do good things as a plumber with your own hands. Why do you want to be a doctor? I care about health. That's very important to me. It still doesn't distinguish between doctor, surgeon, and dentist, right? Why this thing? Why are you obsessed with this thing? And oftentimes, the answer is because it makes sense. It's simple. We go for really, really easy answers to complex problems. And the world is incredibly complex when we're thinking about the motivations that drive us. What causes one to go through 4 years every single day waking up at 7 a.m. of college, going from class to class, that all of which they hate, so that they can earn a degree? What drives that decision? Because what drives their decision on Monday, January 23rd of 2025, in the middle of their college career, is not the same thing that drove their decision on the first day they enrolled in college, which I'm not going to do any math for. Those are going to be different answers. Why are you here is going to be, well, because my alarm clock went off and now I've got class, and this class is necessary for me to get this many credits in this semester and to finish with my degree by 2028. But if you ask them, why are you going to college at the start? They say, well, I want to be an engineer. Very different answers. Like in my first work, there's the main character struggle with grief, revenge, alcoholism, and self-destruction. Excellent struggles, yes. With 2 of those driving the other 2. Absolutely. Those kinds of motivations, those kinds of drives, those kinds of personal flaws, they do feed into each other. I often like to relate it to depression. One of the things that is sort of clinically true about a disease like disease, I use the term loosely, people have different interpretations, but a disease or disorder like depression is that it is cyclical. It feeds into itself. It feeds into its own symptoms, and then it also can often cause other symptoms. You will find it's very common for people to overlap with depression and anxiety. Why is that? Because the symptoms feed into each other. When you are depressed, you are more prone to being anxious and self-critical and hopeless feeling, and there's no possibility in the world for you. But if you are anxious, I say if you were anxious before depressed. I meant depressed, whatever I said. But if you're anxious, you're feeling that maybe there's too much possibility and you're kind of apprehensive about approaching any of it. Or maybe you're just feeling overwhelmed with all of these things and you don't actually feel like there's possibility. It's just sort of things are encroaching on you. And that's going to make you recede. And when you recede, you're going to withdraw. And when you withdraw, you're going to feel a negative cyclical effect of depressive symptoms. Depression and anxiety feed into each other. And just like that, we want to have our character motivations feed into each other, though hopefully with a more positive metaphor. Wealth and free time. Having a lot of wealth gives you a lot of free time, and having a lot of free time allows you to make more wealth. It feeds into each other. We want that with our world. So I have this boat scene where I have structured myself into quite a paradox or a puzzle. I'll say a puzzle. So I should first get backstory, then struggle that defines desires and dreams. It's not necessarily backstory. It doesn't have to be. It can be. Backstory can be super, super useful. So I absolutely don't advise skipping the backstory if you don't have to. I have had to in the past. I've had difficulty with a character where I get the initial impression of them. I know how to talk about them, how to take them from place to place. I just have this sense of who they are, but it's in an essence. It's not in like a very, if you said what happened to them at age 17, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But I just knew who they were. I knew how they would respond in a situation. I just had this sort of picture of a person's psyche moving from scene to scene, and I knew where they were at the start of the story, and I knew where I wanted them to be throughout. And in fact, that's a little bit how I'm writing now. The difference with the Veer is that I do have a bit more backstory for her developed. But the backstory that I developed from my character happened when I was trying to develop what was cool about them. So in this case, I'll use Veer as an example, because the way that I developed her character was I first asked myself, like, what do I want her to do? What do I want her, like, if I was to say her powers, although I try not to focus too much on like magic and powers and those sorts of things. But when I think about who they are, what makes them special as a character, that trait for a Veer was this temperance. And when I was trying to develop this, I was developing more and more the system of magic based off of virtue and how doing good things can result in sort of personal reward for overcoming bad things in human nature. And Veer's power is this ability to overcome a bad part of human nature, which is her want. She's a former drug addict, so that's why. And that is something that's integral to her backstory, right? She was a former drug addict. And that is something that defines her character in this way, that she was so intemperate before. But that character development was only made possible by my knowing how temperate I wanted her to be. I was thinking about what do I want to make this character unique for? And I came up with temperance. And I was thinking about the sort of power that would be manifested from that. And I was thinking, why would temperance be so important to this person? Why would temperance be so important to a Veer? And the answer was that it would be something she had to struggle with. It was something that she... And it tends to be the case when we are fixated on something, when we think something's really, really important, when we define ourselves by this character trait. When I define myself as a writer, a part of it is because that's something that I personally struggle with. And I don't necessarily have to struggle with it in a bad way. I don't have to be like, oh, writing is the most difficult thing in the world and I hate it. But it could be something that I want to be better at. I want to be a better writer. It's important to me, so I write a lot. I focus a lot. I put a lot of my time into it. And so it's something that I end up struggling with, but in a productive way. In the same way that Veer struggles with drug addiction, potentially in a productive way, in the sense that she overcomes the addiction part, right? That's the productive part. And they drove his first decision in the book when they approached his old friends. I think it depends with the grief and self-destruction. I only had one part to the backstory in my mind, which is one of betrayal and tragedy. Indeed, you can have just one part in mind, but that part, it should be that part that drives them, right? It should be that essence. That essence of the character exists partly in that negative struggle, that struggle against that part of themselves they want to reject. What I actually recommend, and I think the way that I've developed two characters going off of this approach, I recommend trying to psychoanalyze them. I don't buy into psychoanalysis on actual human beings because it's mostly bunk, but psychoanalysis for character development is incredibly powerful. When you're looking, especially Jungian psychoanalysis, which is analytical psychology, but whatever. Jungian psychoanalysis based off of the archetypes, and you're probably familiar with them, even if this term archetypes is something new to you. The people, the shadow, the anima, the animus, the persona. We learn about these sort of in introductory psych classes, and they're fascinating reading. And if you haven't heard of them, essentially the gist is that Carl Jung spent a lot of time basically studying mythical anthropology. And indeed, I agree with you. Jungian analysis is a little less bunk than Freudian. It is still, unfortunately, it fails to be scientifically validated in empirical research. But it does have a better basis, and it does have a bit more of an empirical basis when we look at the myths that it comes from. So what Jung did was he took a bunch of myths from a bunch of different cultures, and he analyzed them through his own theoretical lens of analytical psychology, and he came up with these archetypes that he found repeating over and over and over in human nature. And these are sort of personality templates for characters in stories that he found. So he was analyzing stories, and he found that every story tended to have this cast of templates of characters. So when we look at a person like, oh goodness, now I'm going to blank on an example. When we look at, I'm trying not to use House of Cards because I don't like Kevin Spacey, but King Arthur, thank you, good example. King Arthur is an excellent example of, what would King Arthur be? What is he, the persona? He's not the self. Oh goodness, now I'm going to get into actual analysis of this. The point is, stepping back from actually trying to analyze anything, these archetypes, something like the shadow. Jung believed that there is an aspect of the self called the shadow, which is the part of ourselves that we try to reject and suppress. We try to keep it from seeing the light of day, and we try to... it's the part of us that we secretly kind of loathe and resent, but it's all of the darkest parts of our personality. When you have a character, you should kind of know who the shadow is, and not just the shadow in your story, but the shadow for that character. The shadow for, in this case, for me, it would be Evere, right? What is Evere's shadow? What is the part of her that she would want to suppress and keep hidden and not let it see the light of day? What does she feel like are her evil traits, her terrible qualities that she would want to sort of box up and put away and never think about? Those are the sorts of questions you want to be asking about your characters, because everybody has secrets. Everybody has parts of themselves that they hate. Everybody has things that they want to improve. And those are the things that you should know about your characters. You should treat them like real people who are not satisfied with themselves. Or if they are satisfied with themselves, why are they narcissists? Or you know, that's kind of a flaw. We generally think of it as a flaw, unless they're sort of Buddhist monks with perfect contentment, which is possible. That's also a character type, though, the wise old man, another archetype. Now, I have myself set up in this kind of puzzle in the plotting that I'm about to do. And the reason that I have to ask this question, what is the purpose of this conversation that Evere is about to have with this Fisher, is because she's about to enter into what could be about 500 to 1,000 words of conversation with a person who's not going to appear again in the story. That better be a pretty freaking important conversation. And it doesn't have to be important in the way that there has to be new inference or new information that comes out of it. But it does have to be important in developing theme, character development, something. It has to meaningfully contribute to the furthering of the story in that moment and later when looking back. Sounds like my recent taking a second hamburger without asking experience, bro. Uncool. Yeah, exactly. For the shadow. So what is the reason for having this conversation? Already, plot development is kind of off the table. We know that there's going to be one thing that probably comes up, or some hint of it in this conversation, right? Evere is talking to this Fisher. Her name is Virala. Evere is talking to Virala for a reason. And her reason is that she wants to find out if she's a virtue user. She wants to find out if she's the person that she's after to kill her. Thank you. Yeah, we will. So she has to find out if this is the right person that she's going to kill. So that's going to be a feature of the conversation. One of the first things that's going to happen in this conversation is Evere is going to try to find out if this is the right person. Is she going to ask her directly, are you a virtue user? Evere's kind of a direct person. She might. But that's probably going to confuse most people if they're not virtue users. It doesn't seem like virtue is a very common knowledge thing for sort of peasant level people in this world. It isn't. And so if she asks her directly, are you a virtue user? What's going to happen? We have to know the background of the Fisher in order to answer that question. We have to know what it's like to be a Fisher. What kind of education do they probably have? Not much. It's going to be mostly education about fishing. Probably a lot of tying knots, a lot of sailing, a lot of identifying safe and unsafe waters and a place where fish are going to be and methods of catching fish. Probably not a whole lot of virtue or ethics. Totally fine. You don't really need them as a fisher, not that much. Not really dealing with tons of high-level ethical decision-making when you're trying to feed people. I mean, too broad. When you're catching fish, trying to feed people. So she's going to ask the fisher if she's a virtue user. Asks directly. In some fashion. Maybe she doesn't use the words virtue user, but she might ask, do you consider yourself temperate? And actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch to this desktop, and that way I can type. And I will type a lot faster than I handwrite, even though I prefer handwriting because I am far more creative. And what we're going to be doing in a little bit is we're going to be opening some books. Blasphemy. And using those books, using those magical page-turning devices called hands, to look and get some ideas, not just for world building, but for fluency, for the feeling that we want to create. There's going to be a lot of sort of idea mapping throughout this process. It's a very fluid process, and it's a very messy process, which is one reason that I haven't really streamed it before. I'm trying something new. So let's switch to, is it this scene? It is this scene. Perfect. And transition. Do I have anything terrible on my desktop? I do not. We are good. Haha. Okay. So. I'm a notepad kind of person. So we're working right now on the boat scene with Varela, in which Evir talks to a fisher, and they're probably going to have a good, I'd say about 1.5 to 2 hours on this boat. It's good to know the time you're working with. And then a storm is going to come in. Fisher gets kicked off the boat. And Evir dives in to save them. That's what we're working with. That's the sort of outline, the rough outline of the scene plot-wise. I'd call this just the plot-based outline. Exclusively featuring plot. And I try actually not to separate plot too much from other things because it's very, very easy to think of plot as sort of this isolated nexus of storytelling where we just, things happen, right? That's when we ask people to summarize a book, what do they normally summarize? They summarize the plot. They usually don't, summarize things like theme and the poetic development of the language like scripture. No, it's like Harry killed Voldemort. There you go. What I would encourage you to do is to create a book that people want to talk about the theme. When you ask somebody, for instance, and say what you will about Game of Thrones, I think there's a lot of bad things. Not Game of Thrones, sorry, I meant House of Cards. Very similar shows. Same, actually, probably could be said about both of them. Say whatever you will about either of those shows, up until the final seasons of both of those shows. They're very, very well written. They're very well written because if you were to ask somebody, what is this show about? People almost have to talk about the themes. You can't, what are you going to summarize with Game of Thrones? You're going to tell them about your favorite character? I mean, I guess if you want to give a plot summary, it'd be like the king died and then chaos ensued. Also, dragons might be back. I think that's about as good as you can get. I mean, unless you want to bore your friend half to death with theories about Aegon Targaryen or something. The fun thing to talk about in Game of Thrones is the theme. What does this mean for us? Does it mean that humans can't get along no matter what? Are we doomed to repeat the endless death and destruction of our political wars for all of eternity? Or is Is this a show about how climate change is going to completely ruin us? Or is this just maybe an entertaining show about a mythical world? By season 8, it definitely seemed that way. So we have this conversation. And the first thing that we're going to have in the conversation outline, is we're probably going to have some kind of direct confrontation about virtue using. And the line that I've come up with for this is probably that Avir is going to ask, do you consider yourself temperate? That's about as direct as Avir can get without straightforwardly asking the fisher if she is a virtue user. Let's turn a fan on real quick. Then, that's not going to fill up 1.5 to 2 hours, right? Avir is going to need a reason to be able to get on the boat to watch her further. Avir wants to be able to watch to see if this person is going to use their magic of temperance. And so she wants to be around this person. Avir also is following a thread of truth, which is a thing that only she can see, but it's a form of magic, basically. And she's following this thread of truth, and she sees it attached to this fisher. So she follows the fisher onto the boat. How is she going to follow the fisher onto the boat? She's probably just going to ask, hey, can I come onto your boat with you? Can I come with you? It's going to be the next thing that Avir says, probably. Something, this is sort of a looser outline. And she's probably going to get a yes, because why would a fisher reject her? I mean, I guess maybe the fisher's really, really busy, but probably going out on her own boat, doing her own work. Why would she care if some random non-fisher joins her? It's not like she's going to be competition or something. Sure, you can come with. I don't care. That's probably how that's going to go. So they go into the ocean. They're out in the middle of the ocean, and we want to work on a couple of things. Oh, cancel. That's not what I wanted. What is it? Command-Shift-N? Yes. Control. This is our conversation outline. So I told you we would be doing things in multiple levels, right? We're going to be doing multiple things at once. We have to engage an analytical mind and a creative mind. So this is going to be a very messy process. It's going to be something that we're going to be going into questions on questions on questions for docs on docs on docs. And that's not to save anything before we get to the research part. The research part is going to come in once we start looking for world building elements to include in this. Hey, how's it going, Maya? Indeed, indeed you did. We, there will be more of those, I think. It's sort of like predicting white dragons at this point. Wait, is that a heroin reference? That might have been a heroin reference. It wasn't meant to be. I'm doing good. I am doing good. Things are going well. Writing is coming back, We're being productive. We're making things happen. Things are happening on the page, and it is because of work that we have done. Okay. Now, they're out on the water. There are a couple of things we need to be looking at for how we're going to be building the scene. The setting of this is going to be taking place on a boat, and it's going to be taking place in the middle of the ocean. In between these, we need to develop the boat in the ocean. In the ocean, we have to ask ourselves, what are things like the weather conditions? We want a storm to be approaching. You can usually, when you're on the ocean, the benefit of being on the ocean where the horizon is stretching forever is you can see storms coming from quite a distance. So they probably know there's a storm coming. If any fishers go out during this time, they've got to be pretty arrogant fishers. They've got to be people who are thinking, like, whatever, it's just a little storm. Only wimps wouldn't fish right now. Of course, you also have to be careful because now we enter another problem. How is somebody going to be fishing during a storm? Fish usually leave. So we've entered into a place where there's a bit of a contradiction. During a storm, the top 300 feet of water or so, it becomes very, very turbulent. It is constantly mixing. And fish exit far in advance of the storm's approach because they can feel it happening. They can feel the water being disturbed. There's a lot of theories about why they can feel that. It could be oxygen changes, pressure changes. It could be changes in saline caused by more water from deeper ocean coming up and mixing and making the water even warmer, which is another problem. It could be warmer temperatures in the water. All of this coincides, though, with conditions that are not very, very good for fish. If they're hunting something in this water, if they're fishing in this water where there are very, very unlikely to be any fish, they have to be hunting something else. So, in this case, perhaps they're hunting seals or sea lions or walruses or something like that. They could be hunting some kind of large creature. If they're hunting a large creature, why are they hunting that instead of something else? Is it because of more food? I think a better answer in this case would be something like blubber. So we have to ask, what are they fishing? And we'll say something with blubber. Why are they fishing it? And sort of the implicit question we're asking with this one more specifically is, why are they fishing it during a storm? Gotta have a pretty compelling reason to be doing that. Now, it's necessary for our plot that it happened during a storm. Potentially. We could change that if it gets too complicated, but the scene that I have envisioned does happen during a storm on a boat. And then the fisher gets knocked into the water. The reason for that, I don't want Evir to knock her into the water. It could be an animal that knocks them into the water. Could be a whale tail that hits the boat, and then all of a sudden the fisher goes overboard. That would be fine. But I really don't want it to be daylight. Now, it can be overcast on the ocean, but that's not going to make the waters particularly turbulent or dangerous when the fisher falls in. So if the fisher can't swim, if it's just a normal fisher and they can't swim when they get knocked into the water, it seems a bit like it's almost their fault. Like, why can't you swim? You're a fisher. This is like a place where fishers have been for a long, long time. You should have been able to swim. We could coincidentally be having the one fisher that can't swim. Not a fan of that one necessarily. How big is the boat, it says, if they fish bigger fish? Yeah. Indeed. How big is the boat? Excellent question. In fact, we probably have a good series of questions about the boat. How big? What kind of wood? What woods are nearby for them to be able to make this boat? Who made the boat? It says something if they have a shipyard, or if, I mean, maybe fishers build their own boats, or maybe this is some kind of family heirloom boat. How hospitable is the boat? Is this the kind of boat that somebody fishes in? Or is this the kind of boat that somebody lives in? Is this the kind of boat that somebody goes for long sails in, or just tries to get back to the harbor as quick as possible? So we want to ask, what's the condition of the boat? Comfort level. What color is the boat? This is a very simple one, but it is going to be informed whether or not they paint the boats. Do they care about appearances? In fact, we can probably just sum this up in cultural appearances, question mark. Cultural appearances for boats. Is there like a status symbol for people to be having different kinds of boats or boats that look a certain way? Do they fish mass fish? Indeed. So these are all just questions we can be asking about the boat. And once we answer some of these questions, it's going to be spawning even more questions. We'll see that in a moment. I think this is the right one, but I'm going to double check just to make sure. I'm going to put you guys on this so I can see, make sure that I'm really bad at like the dance of using a computer on the internet, like while people can see it. Okay. Most common wood for boats. I'm guessing it's plywood. Oh. Okay, I could have guessed plywood. That's not what I wanted. Most kind of, let's see. What were, crap. What's a kind of boat? We need a kind of boat specifically to look up. Vikings. There we go. That kind of climate, I think it would be that kind of climate. What did Vikings make their boat from? Usually oak. Oak, that makes sense. I thought it would be oak. So oak, okay. That informs something. Where does oak grow? Temperate, tropical climates, Asia, North America. Okay, so what kind of wood? Probably oak. And I'll put answers in all caps just so they're easier to see. Who made the boat? So we answer this question, and now we know that they also grow mostly in regions of of Asia and North America. That's everywhere, isn't it? I mean, I guess that's everywhere except Africa and Europe, except they definitely grow in Europe. Where do oaks not grow? Yep, they'll live anywhere. Wonderful. They're like the carbon of trees. Not that I'm like slut-shaming them or anything. I mean, you know, some of them are just happy anywhere. So, condition of the boat. I feel like, and this is where we're deciding things partially in aesthetic, sort of what feels right, but we're also trying to decide things in terms of what makes sense, what's necessary for this world. So of course, it's probably oak. Oak is very common and cheap wood. It's also very brittle. It's very dry, and it doesn't actually deal with water that well, which does surprise me a little bit about why they would use it for boats, but I'm guessing they would probably treat it with something. How did Vikings prevent... Why is that the first? Okay. Now I'm curious. Yeah, whatever. Let's do it. Heavy metals. Oh, of course. Of course the Vikings used heavy metals. There's a joke in there. Okay. No. How did Vikings prevent mildew? Thermal modification process. Vikings discovered thermally modified wood. So let's see. Heat and steam, no chemicals. Hardwood is thermally modified. The process permanently alters the wood's chemical and physical properties when temperatures over 400 degrees Fahrenheit are reached. This is very different than the way wood is dried traditionally in the kiln. The kiln drying only reduces the moisture content of the timber to an acceptable range of 6 to 8%. The thermal modification process reduces the wood moisture content down to a very low range of 0 to 5%. Two of the popular ways to thermally modify wood are in open systems, not under a vacuum, and closed systems under a vacuum. Okay, we don't need all of that detail. Thermal modification of wood is a thing, and they discovered it probably around what year? What year did they discover this? In the last century. It was only within the last century the Europeans perfected the process. Oh, but perfected, not invented. I was going to say there were no Vikings a century ago. Okay, we can just ask, when were the Vikings? and then we'll get the 11th century. So they had this all the way back in the 11th century. These people definitely have that by now. So this is useful for us to know whether or not this fits into our timeline. If this method of thermally modifying wood wasn't around by 1800, which is probably significantly after when I would intend the sort of time equivalent to be in this world, then we wouldn't be able to use it. If it was only in the last 100 years that we had been able to thermally modify wood, then it would be sort of we'd have to look at the process to see if it's something they could have invented earlier with different technology. Is it something you can invent before you invent, I don't know, nuclear fission or something? It's probably not connected to nuclear fission, especially not if the Vikings can do it. So probably oak, and they treated the boats with thermal modification to keep from mold and mildew. Yeah, absolutely. Good question, Maya. And I think probably a good time to recap. What we are looking at is world building, and world building in a holistic sense. The idea is that we don't want to be developing aspects of our world just to serve sort of naked plot points. Of course, right? When we think about something like magic system, we want to be thinking about as Sanderson might say, we want to be thinking about the economic and political ramifications of the magic system that we end up creating. We don't want to just be able to create, some kind of weird creature and then not ask ourselves why people don't eat it, or why people do eat it, or why only some people eat it. We have to be able to, if I were to ask, for instance, in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, like which of these creatures are meat delicacies? I'm sure almost all of them are. But that's like important to know, because there would probably be a lot of wizards, like just poachers, kind of trying to hunt those creatures that he has in his bag to eat them. That seems very likely to me. Why aren't there sort of private wizard corporations that are chasing after him, trying to get these creatures to like sell them on a black market or something, right? Like, I mean, the question is, why isn't the world deeper? Why does it seem like we've invented these magical creatures and they're only just serving this one plot point, but there doesn't seem to be a greater consequence to the way things developed in the way that they are? It seems we're sort of window dressing a little bit. We're using world building as window dressing on a story that otherwise could have taken place perfectly in our own world. Or our own world with one minor modification to how people can collect magic and wealth through alchemy or whatever it is. We want, if we're going to be committed to building a world, we want to be committed to the depth of that building. And that means that every part that we build has to be in service to the story, and the story that we build has to be in service to the world we build it in. It has to be holistic. They have to feed into each other. It has to be the case that the world building is necessitated by the function of the story, and the function of the story is necessitated by the world building. Your story could not function told in this world, because if it could, you would have told it in this world. So every single time we approach something, and it doesn't, as we're doing this process now, some of it will seem tedious. It is a messy process. I've said this kind of world building, this kind of like feeding in to the story and every major plot point, that kind of holism, it does feel tedious at times. But it's how you create that depth that feels like these little developments necessitate the development of every other part. You want a domino effect. Because what we're going to be doing is, eventually, once we've collected all of this information, after we've posed all of these questions and answered all of these questions and gone into considerable detail with how all of these elements would be arranged, then we get to start the window dressing. The window dressing is what I would call the fun part of world building, where you're naming things. That's most of it. Most of it is just naming things. If you look at most fantasy worlds, for instance, The Name of the Wind, I think, is a very excellent example. He uses the whole magic system of sympathy, and at one point he talks about, I think, like carbon-based things. He essentially is talking about like normal chemistry, but with slightly older language, slightly archaic language that makes it sound like magic. And it's not magic. It's definitely just chemistry. And the main character even sort of remarks on this as one of the other characters like, oh, that's like, wow, that sounds like magic. I mean, how does that even happen? And he's like, haha, yeah, just carbon sharing some atoms. Yeah, it's magic. He's absolutely right, my boy. And that feeling of it not just being window dressing is created by it having real world correlates, by it having real world consequence, by it essentially being it's the foundation of how that world operates. Dishonored has a great sense of relevant and practical world building. I haven't played Dishonored yet. I would like to. One of the games that I felt like had superb world building was Nier Automata. It was superb at the same time that it was kind of ridiculous. And I think it was meant to be ridiculous. Part of it is sort of premised on absurdity. The ridiculous part of it is that you have, not to spoil any plot points, but the game is like 6 years old or 7 years old now, so like it's your own fault. You are welcome to throw any question in there. Yeah, don't worry about that. I don't care if it's long. I will read it. I'm determined. If it's too long for the Twitch chat, feel free to throw it in the Discord. And also, I do offer on the Discord some feedback, and so if you want feedback or something, or you want to share stories, those sorts of things, happy to talk about it. I love having those kinds of conversations with people. I'm happy to have, after reading and discussing maybe a little bit on the Discord, I'm happy to have people on stream to talk about these sorts of things. I think creative people talking about their stories is the way that more stories get written, and hopefully even better ones. Build on each other's ideas, stand on the shoulders of giants, or stand on the shoulders of 100 of other people standing on giants. I wrote down something you said earlier, but I can't remember exactly what it was. You said, anxiety feeds into depression, and that made me think that this could be used to help a story progress. I want to use fear instead of anxiety and have that feed into something to help my short story progress. I wrote about the fear of conviction, as in fear of going to jail or fear of one's own conviction is weak. Sorry if this isn't enough for you to answer the question, but what feeds into fear? That's an excellent question. What feeds into fear? And I think that's sort of a question that you can answer in a number of ways. It's a question that's very, very open to interpretation. So it's going to be something that you're going to have to look at your own story and ask, what is the message that I want to send about what feeds into fear? I don't mean that to be a sort of cop-out. I know it's very, very easy to say, well, it's going to be open to interpretation, and then sort of like leave you with no scaffolding as to how you're actually going to interpret it. But what I would have in mind for something like that, what feeds into fear? You can be looking at what causes fear. You can be looking at what creates fear. You can be, perhaps you think fear really isn't a true condition, and you want to say that actually fear is an illusion. It masks some other truer feeling. Those are all, sort of literary ways of handling these kinds of conversations in terms of what our emotions or what our moods or what our generalized feelings are. When something comes along like fear, oftentimes we might say somebody is afraid because X makes them anxious. Something is fearsome because it causes you anxiety, right? That's a subjective answer I could give as to what feeds into fear. It's one's own anxieties. The only thing to fear is fear itself. Indeed, exactly. If I were to say something like, okay, here's a very simple example for us to be able to explore this with. We have a character named Dumbo, and Dumbo is afraid of mice. Is that what it is? Are elephants afraid of mice? Yes, I'm running with it. We have a character named Dumbo who is afraid of mice. Why is Dumbo afraid of mice? Perhaps he had a bad experience with mice when he was little. It's possible. He's an elephant. He's going to be naturally afraid of mice. Oh, no worries. Let me know. Feel free to come back. I'm happy to continue on that in a moment. When we're answering these kinds of questions, these deeper and deeper questions, these questions, what's the condition of the boat? Why? And it's very easy to ask. Well, I mean, I can come up with that in the moment, in the scene, right? You can. You absolutely can. In fact, I come up with a lot of those things in the moment. But it doesn't give you the opportunity to intentionally design a system in which someone gets to interact with a moving part of the story. I'll give you an example. I think it's really, really easy to start with examples that sort of I've already done. I've already put the work into it. And so it's easier to sort of show what the work ends up creating. I have diagrams and things. I would show them, but my camera is not, for that, doesn't, like, paper's not going to really come up really well on this. So, yeah, no. But we can still show the effects of it without necessarily having to show a bunch of drawn diagrams with my terrible handwriting. So if I decide my world has body mods, it would be important to think about what social classes would be able to get those mods, or what the social consequences would be of getting them for medical purposes versus aesthetic, and so on and so forth. That's an excellent example. Here's like more questions to add on to that. How did these body modifications come about, right? There's the origin question. There's also the question of who's developing them. Is it like a series of companies, or is it one company? Is it a secret monopoly? Is sort of like the way that we have that one eyeglass company. What are they called? Lunaclear or something? I forget what they're called. But there's like one eyeglasses company in the entire world. And like Warby Parker and a couple of other like little ones. And for the most part, it's just the one. Is that the situation? Are body modifications sold through one company, or is there like a lot of competition in this market? If there's a lot of competition, is there a lot of regulation? Are there government agencies devoted to looking over body modifications and making sure that they can pass FDA approval? Is there a department that actually approves this separately? Is it the FDA, or would it be a different department? Do they now have a body modifications department? When was that created? What president created that? How was it easy to get that passed through Congress? Was it a giant scare? Were all of these politicians going like, oh my God, people can get body modifications. We have to do something about this before an ethical problem arises. And everybody banded together, and it was just sort of this wonderful cultural unity of a moment? Or was it a giant, contentious, litigious fight every step of the way to barely claw back any kind of regulation from an industry that had just run rampantly overboard with greed and profiteering? What kind of story is there? And there is going to be a story there. Every single one of these little story elements should have its own story. I made a joke a long time ago when I wrote a short story. The short story was the joke. I wrote a short story that was sort of contingent or dependent on these kinds of world building elements, where it was in jest. It was an absurdist short story about a guy who was a librarian, a very strange sort of hipsterish librarian who had a waffle maker left at his house from his friend who had left it there because it burnt the waffles, and then she was in a rush and had to go. And then he wanted to return it, so he puts it in his car, but then it starts a car fire because, of course, this is a waffle iron known for starting car fires, or known for starting fires, not just in cars, because most people don't put them in cars. But it was known for starting fires because it would overheat in the coil after the fact, because it was made by a German company with a history for these things, going back to unfortunate, scandalous times. And they were never very good at making heating coils after that. Right? So there's stories on stories on stories to these things. And it culminates, the joke of the story was that it would culminate in this massive climactic event where his burning car in a church parking lot rolls down a hill, runs into a tent full of dancing circus elephants. And it was known, and there's a priest there who tried to stop everything with, of course, the well-known invoked prayer of the 1-3 trimage, and invokes a prayer and right. But it was meant to be a joke. The whole point is that every single one of these story elements had stories to them, circling all the way back. What I like to call these circles, these circular stories, is I like to call them karmic circles, like storied karmic circles. The idea is that you should have karma in your stories. karma is what makes Game of Thrones so compelling. And it's not karma in the sense that it's not the like Western idea of karma where it's everybody's going to get what they're like due or whatever, or people are, bad people get bad things to happen to them and good people get rewarded. If you walked away with that message from Game of Thrones, we did not watch the same show. Instead, Game of Thrones gives us this feeling of circular karma by showing us the same stories happening over and over and over and feeding into the same stories over and over and over. It's almost sort of a pure delivery of archetypical storytelling. We have people who are playing archetypes in one story, and then they become a different person. One of Jung's theories in his, and I don't mean to just sort of try to like sell you on Jung because I'm some sort of like weird Jung fanatic. I'm not a weird Jung fanatic. I do think that when he developed his analytical psychology, he focused in on a religion, not outdated. That's the wrong term. A religion. Is it dead? Is that the word? It's not practiced anymore. That's what I mean. It's gone, kind of, I think. There might be like isolated pockets, but it's basically Zoroastrianism. It's called Gnosticism. If you're familiar with the term agnostic, it is that minus the A. Gnostic is what it looks like, Gnostic. Gnosticism is essentially this religion. It's a polytheistic religion focused on the endless retelling of the same stories in time, believing that all of time has revolved with this series of gods that are kind of trying to like personify themselves into character tropes and constantly be telling new stories to entertain themselves. And that's sort of like what existence is. It is just these gods retelling stories and making these sort of tapestries in time with them. Wonderful. Yeah, we'll get right back into that, into the fear note for a moment. But Gnosticism, which is what Carl Jung studied, the religion, is kind of a mythological sort of it's kind of like the Greek religion. We don't really talk about it like it's a religious belief system anymore. We sort of talk about it like it's this collection of myths and stories. That's kind of what Gnosticism has earned itself culturally. Although most of the stories are kind of like gone, they weren't in a time when things were like written down all that much. So we don't have a whole lot of historical like records or anything for Gnosticism. But the point of it is that you have these archetypical gods who are playing these perfect characters. They're in character, and you end up developing sort of the essences of character, of what it is to act like a human, to be a human in different situations. One of the things that Carl Jung observed, and it's not a new observation to us anymore, but it was somewhat at the time, is that people go situation to situation and they change. People have different personalities when they're interacting with their mothers, than when they're interacting with their teachers, than when they're interacting with their bosses or their therapists. People give different fronts to themselves. They show different faces. And that observation led him to this conclusion that human behavior is determined by these archetypes. You have different character settings within yourself, and sometimes one of them comes out, and sometimes another one of them comes out. When we're studying our characters and crafting our characters, and when we're studying our worlds, we want to create those kinds of circularities, those kinds of trends. We want there to be the sort of shadow-like, mischievous god character who shows up in their tropes and in their myths. And we want there to be the old wise man or the nurturing mother. And those are just like the names of these archetypes. I'm sure there are like names you don't have to go with like the gendered versions, is what I'm saying. It's not about a gender thing. That's just what Carl Jung called them. So it's just names. It's just names for ideas, and they're useful when you're thinking about what sort of role somebody serves in your story, or what sort of role something serves in your story. Is it meant to be a wise figure, or is it meant to be a mischievous figure? Is it meant to be something dark and hated, or is it meant to be something celebrated and loved and light and morally good? So when we're talking about fear, we were asking the question, what what feeds into fear, and suggesting that there are a lot of ways that we can answer this. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to just give sort of the cop-out answer that, oh, you know, it's up to your interpretation. It's up to how you interpret what fear is and what's important, because that's just it, you know, it's a cop-out. A genuine answer to the question, what feeds into fear, is going to rely on what we really want to be focusing on that. So we started off with the example of an elephant named Dumbo who is afraid of mice, like all elephants are. We're assuming. I don't remember if that's... I might be thinking of horses. Whatever. Elephants are afraid of mice now. Okay, that's a thing. So, even if they're not. If an elephant named Dumbo is afraid of mice, why are they afraid of mice? And we're going to develop a lot of answers to that. It could be the case that in your story, the elephant is afraid of mice because something bad happened in their childhood, that they saw mice, they saw a mouse when they were little, and they freaked out, and it caused bad things to happen, and they hated mice ever since. That's fair. It's kind of a fair reason to hate mice. I mean, it's not rational, but it's fair. There's a sort of simpler explanation to us as humans, though. They're biologically programmed to be afraid of mice. Just like humans are biologically programmed to be afraid of snakes. It's just sort of in our coding. There's a natural ingrained in our DNA. We wake up from the moment we're born and we have a natural aversion to snakes. It's built into our genetic code. Which, that's an explanation for why you're afraid of something. You could be afraid of something for reasons that are entirely not to do with that thing. Maybe I got hit by a red car when I was little, says Dumbo. I guess mice aren't red. I'm gonna backtrack. Maybe I got hit by a white car when I was little. And ever since then I've seen mice, little white mice, like lab mice, and I've associated them with the white car that I'm afraid of, right? So I'm afraid of the appearance of the mouse. I'm afraid of a feature of its appearance, the whiteness of its fur. I'm afraid of its teeth. What is it that you're afraid of? So when we ask the question, what feeds into fear? It can be something rational. It can be something irrational. It can be something that has a story to it, or it can be something that has a feeling to it. The feeling itself can be the story. That's sort of what themes are. Themes are basically feelings we want to convey that become stories we want to tell. So when we're asking what feeds into fear, we have to clarify the question a bit more. We want to know what the fear is. And I think, did you mention it? A fear of going to jail or a fear that one's conviction is weak. I think those would be very different fears. I wrote about fear of conviction as in, yeah, so as in either of those. So, but those are probably very, very different fears. A fear of conviction, that one's conviction is weak, is going to be a self-doubt. A fear that you can't follow through or that you can't deliver on what you want. If you have a fear of going to jail, perhaps there's also a bit of a self-doubt because you're sort of fearing that you're going to make a mistake that could land you in prison. It could also, though, be a fear of the pain. There's pain in prison, or there's isolation, or there's social ostracization, or there's judgment. There's a change. Maybe it's that they don't want to leave their wife and kids or their husband and kids. Husband and cousins. I don't know. It could be a fear of change. It could be a fear. So there's a lot of different ways to interpret what that fear, that specific fear, especially when we've got two different things going on there. But that fear of conviction is going to manifest itself in different ways. The ways that manifests itself is going to inform how... or it informs what feeds into fear. Now, when we're trying to develop this holistically, I mentioned before that what we want to be doing is we want to be looking at pretty much everything. Theme, character development, setting. We want plot. I'll put dialogue. That's pretty much in line with the plot. It is a slightly different element. A slightly independent element. Theme, character, setting, plot. Symbolism. It's not particularly important. That's probably everything, isn't it? I'm going to add one more that I generally suggest adding into your own efforts in writing. It's going to seem really, really obvious, I think. But sort of a meditative focus on it is going to produce a lot of results for you. And that's feeling. I think the first thing I ask myself whenever I start writing a new scene or developing a setting or developing a character is I ask myself how I want the reader to feel toward it. That question about how you want the reader to feel toward it is going to inform your direction when it comes to developing the theme, the plot. Even if you have the plot developed already, it's going to develop the tone. Tone is also probably another thing worth listing separately. I had the idea that my character could doubt her own intelligence, which drives her to do what she does to prove to herself that she is intelligent. My character could doubt her own intelligence. Right, so she has this fear of her... she doubts her own intelligence, so that's going to generate a fear. Fear can be generated from doubt. And it drives her to do what she does to prove to herself that she is intelligent. So fear of inadequacy, or maybe a fear of see, the intelligence ties into a lack of conviction, a fear of going to jail, or a fear that one's conviction is weak. And she has a doubt of her own intelligence. She does what she does to prove to herself that she is intelligent. I guess the question is, what's she doing? That's sort of the missing ingredient here, right? If we know what she's doing, we can start asking questions like, is this going to prove her intelligence? What's the connection between her doing this and it proving her intelligence? What are her reasons for doubting her intelligence? Does she have reasons, or has she just always had low self-esteem? Does she, I mean, and if she's just had low self-esteem forever, if there's no reason for it, it starts to sound like probably a mental disorder of some kind, like anxiety. I don't mean like anything necessarily like... Do you think that plot and dialogue can exist one without the other, or do they always have to be intertwined? I think Hemingway proved... This is a controversial take. I think Hemingway proved that dialogue and plot don't have to exist. Don't have to coexist. By writing stories entirely devoid of plot, just dialogue. You know, he did it with some success. I don't think that Hills Like White Elephants is necessarily the most engaging plot I've ever read. And I think most people would probably agree with that. I would say they almost always do have to be hand in hand. I'm hearing you from only one earpiece. Oh no. Is that a common thing? I need confirmation. I think I should be safe, but I will check my sound settings on that. Let's see. Is that a me thing? So I'm not seeing anything that should be causing that. I'm gonna guess, unless I hear from somebody else, that might be your headset. Although I'm pretty bad at using Streamlabs, so that's, you know, up in the air still. So can plot and dialogue exist without the... I'll listen to the VOD after the fact and take a look. I can hear when I turn on my headphones. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll check out the VOD later. And double check my sound settings. Do you think that plot and dialogue can? Yeah. So I do think that they necessarily feed into each other. I think it's really, really important that our dialogue is, I don't want to say it should be in service to the plot, because that sounds too, it sounds too direct. It sounds too like too much of an exchange. I think the more important thing is to ensure that our dialogue is informed by the plot. Characters aren't going to be talking about things unless they have to be. So, you know, when two characters are next to each, and that doesn't mean that, you know, characters only talk to each other when they're compelled to, when they're like compelled to by force. That's not true, of course. It shouldn't be true. But it is the case that characters, I mean, just when we think about people in the real world don't necessarily always seek out conversations. When they do seek out conversations, it's usually because they have some kind of goal. They want something out of the conversation. And that's, I mean, it's a bit of a sort of, it's a broad overgeneralization. I don't necessarily talk to my partner because I expect some kind of equivalent exchange. But it kind of is the case, depending on the conversation that I enter with. If I tell my partner something like, this happened to me at work today, or, oh my God, I'm so excited for this, or, what do you want to have for dinner? Those are all conversations that have been started with a goal. In one, I'm trying to let something off my chest, or I'm trying to sort of therapeutically talk to somebody about an event that happened. I'm processing something. In another one, I'm expressing my excitement for an upcoming event. Perhaps it's partially an invitation to them to join me in it or something like that. And in the last one, I'm asking for a very functional purpose. What are we doing? We have dinner to cook in an hour. So let's decide on something. Being real, I want a friend, but it can't have a conversation about friend. So like sort of the conversation like, do you want to be friends? That conversation. So when we're thinking about, I mean, that's, but I mean, or even if we're thinking about conversations that we just have with people for friendly reasons, right? For the most part, there's some kind of just, and I don't want to say exchange. I don't want to sound like I have some sort of very, very cynical view of human nature where I'm like, it's all, you know, it's all fulfillment of a social contract. Actually, what it really is that when people engage in a conversation with each other, they're really just using each other. It's actually just for personal pleasure and the social benefit, the rise of status of having more friends. That's that's a depressing view of humans. I think it's more likely that we gain pleasure from conversations. It's good that we gain pleasure from conversations. It's good that we get pleasure from interacting with people. And out of that is born the desire to converse. Generally. Sometimes it is functional. We want something from somebody. The point is, there's a purpose to every conversation. And the purpose in your story has to be fairly apparent. If we look at any one of Hemingway's stories, we see a conversation that serves a purpose. It communicates something to the reader, not always clearly, not always up front. It gives something to the reader, perhaps something to dig into for more meaning. But those conversations, they absolutely should be informed by the plot insofar as characters aren't going to go out of their way, out of the way of the plot. And insofar as a plot is a character pushing forward their own motivations, and maybe those motivations are being shifted by certain circumstantial features, setting features, things that you, the author, are throwing in front of them, new obstacles in their path. But there are characters who are plunging ahead on their mission, driven by some internal feature of their character, a want, a desire, a burning passion for burning human flesh. I don't know. They're pressing forward on their journey. And when they talk to people, there's probably, at least in some sense to them, a feeling that they're moving forward with their goal. Ever so slightly. So you want to create a connection between the two. Yeah, indeed. A connection between the doubt that she feels for her intelligence and her fear or her apprehension or her, it could be, you talk about fear up here, but I actually almost wonder if you mean more like when we say the fear that her conviction is weak. I feel like fear is maybe a little too strong of a word, or it's too literal of a word. I don't usually, when I think of something that I fear, I think of like it sort of cartoonishly, like monsters, right? I think of like a boogeyman sort of thing. I say, I am afraid of that. I'm afraid of that happening. I'm afraid of a car accident. Or I am afraid of serial killers. Whatever it is that you're afraid of. I'm afraid of X, and I'm sort of picturing some kind of physical thing. I guess we do colloquially talk about being afraid of failure, but I don't feel like we necessarily mean that in the same way. We're talking about sort of an apprehensiveness or an anxiety, something that brings us displeasure but is constantly on our mind. Something that is making our life kind of worse by the fact that we can't resolve it. It's just sort of stuck in our gears. And in this case, I would say that for her fear of conviction, that her own conviction is weak. The fear of going to jail is very much like the fear of the boogeyman, in the same way that you'd be afraid of serial killers. It's something that can absolutely happen to her, a change in her circumstance that would be irreversible, unchangeable, and forever alter the way that she sees the world. And that is something to fear. But when it comes to something like one's own conviction is weak, that's not necessarily, that's something that's more in your control, and it doesn't make as much sense to be afraid of it like a boogeyman. It sounds more like something that would be a constant cause of anxiety. And so what we're describing here is probably two different feelings. One in which she has a constant underground anxiety about her apprehensiveness and her fear of failure. And on the top level, she's trying to stay out of prison. That's her like burning desire, motivation, I've got to stay out of prison. And maybe her anxiety is, maybe I'm not smart enough to stay out of prison. I've got to do all of this, my backroom drug dealing or whatever it is that I'm doing that could cause me to get arrested and sent to prison. I've got to do all of that in order to survive. But I'm just not smart enough to sustain it, am I? But I've sustained it this long. I had to have been some smart to be able to sustain it this long. But also, maybe anybody could have sustained it this long. Maybe I'm, pushing along on a fool's errand. The authorities might already know who I am, and they're just being nice and trying to wait for me to contact my associates to get them roped into this too. So we have sort of multi-levels of fear to this that we want to be able to explore in our character in order to give that feeling more of a three-dimensional feel. So I think, you bring up the challenge of danger. You bring up the challenge of like making friends. And I think, there's part of this in the real world and part of this also in our fictional world. This kind of thing is going to manifest. When we have characters in our story, we want our characters to interact with one another. This is something that I found to be particularly challenging when I write these stories with these sort of, I have a tendency to go for certain types of characters. I like to write about certain types of characters who typically exhibit some kind of stoicism, some kind of contentment with their life or their existence or and maybe it's false or it's premised on something that's not necessarily the case. A character who, for instance, thinks they pride themselves on their strength, but really they're only priding themselves on their strength in order to compensate for this massive chasm that they feel in their heart for their lack of loved ones that causes them to feel weak. And so they convince themselves, I'm strong on my own. I don't need anyone. That's sort of the relationship that a motivation takes in human form. It's a paradoxical one. Usually it is the case that the things that we consider our strengths are really accommodations of weakness. And it can also often be the case that our weaknesses are sort of veiled, anxieties that we're not good enough. Our weaknesses can usually be eating at the things at us that are actually strong, right? So when we say something like, oof, I feel like I'm not a very good writer, and then I read something in front of people and they say, oh no, you're actually a good writer. I don't know why you would think you're not a good writer. Well, I think I'm not a good writer because I'm afraid of, being strong at something. I'm afraid of acknowledging the strength and being wrong. That'd be very painful, wouldn't it? To have confidence and then have other people tell you not to. That'd be very, earth-shattering for someone. If I pride myself on being a good writer, and I think I'm a good writer, and I tell people I think I'm a good writer, and then they read something and they say, you're not a good writer. Woof. It's like, now what am I, right? My identity itself has been taken. So we have to be holistic, comprehensive in developing theme, character, setting, plot, dialogue, tone, and feeling, all in our world building. What I encourage is to develop all of that in world, except the theme. And I recommend starting with fairly granular levels, because those granular levels are going to build up and inform everything else. In Hirana, the town in which I have set the first arc of the story, the first arc of the story that I wrote for my current project is called A Dance of Illusion and Ruin. A Dance of Ruin and Illusion. A Dance of Ruin and Illusion. Adorai. And the first town that Avir goes to is a town called Hirana. It is a coastal town set in a cove. And it was founded thousands of years ago. It's a very, very old ancient town, mostly built of stone into the like cave slate walls. And then as more and more people sort of flocked to it, it started getting wooden boards. People started building little homes in the cave walls. So that's sort of a time development that we have. We have a setting that we started with. The first thing that I started with was in my head, this image of the setting. I started with, first and foremost, Hirana, which is a city in a cove. In the cove, I first had to ask, in order to sort of say who landed here, right? Who would be able to make a living here, right? Because if it's a place that's rather uninhabitable to the common person and common people show up, they're not going to live there. They're not going to stay. They're going to go. They're going to say, this is an inhospitable place. We're not going to stay here. We're going to go on to better, greener pastures. So you'd have to have some pretty hardy people be the first ones to settle in Hirana. The first people to settle in Hirana are going to be people who they're going to be people who can withstand the weather. People who don't mind the occasional hurricane. People who don't mind spending, or maybe they do mind it, but for some reason it's worth it to them, to spend hours and hours trying to hammer little chisel holes into the cave slate to be able to make a little home with a door. That's going to take a lot of man hours, a lot of effort. So you're going to have some people who are very, very, very hardy. Now, we've got sort of two options when you're developing something like that. You say, who are these hardy people who came here? The first is they could be worker bees. They could be people like Vikings who just, they're sort of the hardy lumberjacky people. They're determined to make it here because this is, whatever. This is a test of their wills. This is Hirana will be theirs. But it could also be people who are just zealots. It could be people who came to Hirana and they saw the cave slate as it shone in the sunset and they thought, this is the land that God wants us to inhabit. This is where the end of times will happen, and we must build the bell tower to be able to ring when the great ones come from over the horizon to take us away. Hey, how's it going, Stanton? You go by Stanton or LJ? I'm learning everybody's names today. World building goes well. It's always a journey. It's always a very fun adventure. Artsy, more like fartsy. I destroyed you. Wonderful, wonderful. So when we're looking at this world building, it has to feed into things. I don't want to say shouldn't. I would never say you shouldn't do something. But we want to avoid window dressing. We want to avoid coming up with something that's only surface level. Every single part of it should have consequence, and we have to ask, why did it come to be that way? The way that I developed the culture of Hirina, the divide between the beggars and everybody else, the beggars and the Imperials and the market stand tenders and the fishermen, is by looking at what features of the land there are going to cause economic circumstance. What do they trade? What can they develop to trade? The first things, they're in a cove, right? They're in a cove. The cove is mostly slate. So it's a cove in which most of the walls and the rocks are slate, which is very thick and brittle and difficult to actually like tunnel through. So of course, difficult to tunnel through means that the caves aren't going to be very deep unless they were already naturally formed. So the first thing that I had to do was think, okay, well, how many of these caves are naturally formed? We probably have a good amount of naturally formed caves, which means that this area is very, very, very old. If it's very, very, very old, and it's already developed to this point where like there's all of these cave systems and people aren't already living in it, people haven't been living in it for a long time. Why is that? Probably because this land is very difficult to access, or there's no incentive for people to access it. There's no reason for, you know, back in the ancient days of the nomadic tribes for people to come this far north. It just happens to be north. That was a happenstance that I selected when I was doing the world building. So, it's let's see, difficult to tunnel through. It's very old. Good caves or deep caves. Ergo, very geologically old. If it's geologically old, another benefit is that the walls are going to be a lot smoother because we've had a lot more time for water to erode them. If the walls are smoother, of course, that's going to inform what this cave looks like. It's probably going to be a darker colored cave because it's slate. And slate, of course, when more and more water is eroding at it, you're probably going to get sort of a darker, slicker, sort of obsidian-like appearance. So now we have a place of obsidian, slate, cave-like walls. I haven't really had to make any decisions about this. This world building is all stuff that just sort of happened naturally based off of one decision that we made. That decision was to give it slate walls, to make it a cove all the way in the north. We wanted it to be difficult to access because we don't want people to settle there for super, super long time, although people already have, probably about 2,000 or 3,000 years or something like that, right? People are going to get up there if you've got these nomadic tribes. At some point, somebody's going to go there. And when somebody goes there, they're going to see smooth, dark, slick, obsidian-like walls on a cave, and it's north-facing. If it's north-facing, does it get sunlight? I decided yes. I don't know how the physics works on that. I'm sure we can paint a physics picture for this. It's not very unbelievable to me that sunlight is going to reflect. There's an ocean around them. It's a cove, so that, you know, it's probably mostly somewhat top open. And so the sun is going to pass at least directly overhead at some point. But probably, I mean, depending on the curvature of the Earth or where this place is in relation to how the Earth is tilted, their planet, not necessarily Earth, but their version of Earth is tilted, then, you know, sun is going to pass over it in some way. At some point, sun will hit those cave walls, and it's probably going to look somewhat, probably going to get rainbow effects. We're probably going to have some pretty shell happenings. This place is probably going to look very, very pretty to early people, like magical pretty. They're going to be looking at those cave walls thinking, this is a place with like black, shiny slate, rainbow effects. We should set up a church here. It doesn't have to be a church. In this case, it wasn't necessarily a church, it was a bell tower. I decided to have them set up a bell tower. So the early people built a bell tower. Why did they build a bell tower? Because I already decided there would be a bell tower in here now. The first thing that I decided when I was drafting the city, or not the first thing I decided, but my mental image of this city started off with a picture of a city with a bell tower in it. I wanted the bell tower because I wanted the bell tower to be able to signal when the tides would come in and go. That way people know when when it's not safe to go out, when it's safe to fish, when it's not safe to fish, when fish are likely to be there, when fish aren't likely to be there, when you should probably pull your kids in from the beach. Those sorts of things are very, very important for people in this locality to know. So, of course, one of the first things they're going to do is they're going to build a bell tower so that they can tell people, hey, there's a storm coming, or there's a high tide coming, or there's a tsunami, or whatever it is, or maybe there's just a giant whale. I don't know. You need a notification system for these people. And of course, since it's in a cove and you've got all these caves, you're probably going to have a lot of echoing. One bell tower will be enough. When in doubt, magic, indeed. Especially when it comes to magical sunsets shining off of cave walls. That is the perfect execution of magic in your story. That is the point where you can use magic and readers won't notice, because readers aren't typically engaged in trying, well, you know, I always want to make one of those statements, and I think there will be one. There will always be one. And we love that one reader. Slightly less. We have the bell tower for high and low tide. The early people, they built a bell tower. What are they going to build it out of? Well, we've probably got two options, right? Because we need them to have materials they're going to have access to. Actually, maybe we have several options. Maybe we do have more options than I'm willing to give credit for. We could say wood, but a bell tower made of wood is not going to withstand thousands and thousands of years, or just thousands, just the 1000s. It's probably not going to withstand very long. It's wood, so it's going to mildew and rot and eventually decay completely. There's always that one reader, but you can't write the whole book around them. Indeed, you can, and you shouldn't, because you will be obsessive and never satisfied. Never, ever satisfied. So early people built a bell tower. We've got potential materials for that. Wood, brick. One of the problems with using brick is you have to look at actual brick development, like the fire that we use to make brick, like red bricks, were not able to be made. I think, what was it, the 1500? I don't know. I could be total. When were the first red bricks? I don't want to say something that's going to be completely wrong, but I remember looking this up a while ago. Never mind. I was completely wrong. 4400 BC. I'm thinking of something else. I have no idea what. Did I say red bricks? When were the first? It was red bricks. Yep, that is what I looked up. Nope. Okay. So red bricks are safe. Always choose red bricks. They could do wood. They could do brick. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Nordic people don't have red bricks. Why? What do you need for red brick? Red brick. How to make red brick. Is this zoomed in? Why is this zoomed in? Oh no, it's just tiny. That's weird. How do you make red brick? Let's see. Clay and soil mixture into a wheelbarrow, depending on how many bricks you want, blah, blah, blah. Optimal mixture is 40% soil to 60% clay, so you just need clay and soil. I didn't know they were made of clay, but I thought there was going to be a... Ah, that's what it is. You need a kiln preheated. You need it preheated to 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. So, you know, just turn your kiln to that setting and then insert the clay and bam, you have a brick. Turn the dial on that kiln there, baby. So... I often, as I'm going through these and I'm entertaining my options, I do go through several rabbit holes. And the reason for this, why on earth am I spending 2-3 hours to build in a history for this bell tower? The materials of the bell tower and what the face of the bell tower looks like and why it looks that way, and what year was the bell tower built, and what was the reason for making this bell tower by the people who made it, and why were they in Hirona making this bell tower at the time that they were doing that. And I could just as easily leave all of this up to mystery and just sort of create this vague mythos around the bell tower, or maybe not even bring the bell tower in like that at all. Right? I could just mention there's a bell tower in Hirona. The average reader is not going to be looking at this line thinking, how did the bell tower get there? Where did the bell tower come from? You can't expect me to suspend my disbelief that there's a bell tower in a cove city in the north. This is amateur hour. Because readers don't typically do that. You say there's a bell tower in a city, and they will accept your word for it. The city isn't real, and they know that. But we want the city to feel real. And when there's a bell tower in a city, and that's what the city's known for, there's a history to that bell tower. There's a reason for that bell tower. You have to ask, when does that bell tower ring the bell? What's the purpose for it? In this case, it's for the high and low tide. But that was something that I decided after deciding that there would be a bell tower in this place. It could have just been the bell tower would strike every hour on the hour like most normal bell towers in the world we're used to. But I didn't want this to be the world that readers would be used to. And that's why I set it on an alternate planet. I mean, it's alternate world. I don't want to deal with planets. It's too complicated. It's another planet, and then you have to, it's the size and circumference of the, whatever, stupid. I don't want to deal with space physics, astronomy. That's all nonsense to me. It's not very important in a fantasy, of course. In a sci-fi, maybe it would be. But you want that world building to have that depth to it. If you want to justify telling your story in it, essentially, in a very crude fashion, I would invite you to ask yourself why you're wasting your reader's time if you don't need to be. Reading a book takes a lot of effort for most people. And I say that as a person who writes a lot and still thinks that reading takes a lot of effort. I read a lot too. And if you're going to ask someone to invest that effort, you should make it worth their time. It should be something that they feel like every sentence you have written in this story is something that needs to be there. Every character you bring in should be serving an essential function. Every conversation that happens should be telling the reader more of what they want to know. And maybe they want to know the characters, and maybe they want to know the plot, maybe they want to know what's going to happen, or they want to know how things got to this point. We want to be delivering on that information in order to keep them engaged in the story. It's about engaging the reader, and engaging the reader means giving them mostly what they want. Now, I said at the beginning, of course, I'm not even writing this necessarily for a reader. I'm writing this for myself, to satisfy myself. So why on earth would I be digging into this so much if it's just for me? And that's because I have to justify why I'm wasting my time. I'm writing this, and if no one is going to read it, why on earth am I setting it on an alternate world when I could just as easily set it in our world with magic? Plenty of successful authors and storytellers have done that. But I think there's a point to telling it in another world. Because when you create a place in a completely alternate dimension or an alternate planet or an alternate, it has an entirely different history, an entirely different course of evolutionary development. Maybe not entirely different. Obviously, there's probably going to be some similarities. We usually tell our stories about humanoid-shaped creatures, people who speak English, or at least speak something that can be translated into English for the purposes of being able to read it, or translated into any earthly language. And the reason that we tell it in an alternate world is to prove how magical this world is. I contend that every single time. I don't think we ever tell a story in Narnia because we are trying to show what a magical and wonderful place Narnia is. We all know what a magical and wonderful place Narnia is. But when we step into Narnia and we step back home, suddenly the world seems like a more magical place because Narnia came from this world. There's not an idea within the Chronicles of Narnia that was not inspired by looking at something in this world. And so when we're able to appreciate the minutiae, the way birds peck at tiny feathers and turn their heads in really weirdly abrupt ways, or the way that fish flop out of the water and continue to wiggle their fins through the air, like as though they still think they're swimming. When we look off on the horizon and we see orcas jumping through the water over the sunset, all of those are things that we want a reader to be able to appreciate. And we want them to appreciate those and then step back into the real world and appreciate the real things they came from. Every time your reader leaves your magical world, they should come back into this one thinking that it's even more magical. I think that's what the best world building would do. It would create hope that maybe there is magic. Because when we walk away from Harry Potter, the first thing we wanted to believe was that Expelliarmus or Wingardium Leviosa would actually work on somebody. And of course it didn't. We tried it anyway. Or we tried the Force when we watched Star Wars. Those stories exist to prove that our world has some magic in it. And most of us walk away believing that. Yeah, what would Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory look like, this type of world building? I think, to be fair, Willy Wonka and the Charlie Factory. It's just producing, I feel like that's the Rick and Morty spinoff where he's actually just producing a series of Charlies. Each one is getting more and more discontented from the original as the copies are getting more and more crude. Oh, they did that episode of Rick and Morty, actually. Season 5 right there. Yeah, I think Willy Wonka's world building is actually fairly it's good in one respect. They focus the world, so they achieve that. They achieve that effect in Willy Wonka and the Charlie Factory. Twice in a row. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Chocolate Charlie, Chocolate Charlie, Chocolate, Chocolate, Chocolate. Okay. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. When you step into the factory, the first thing that Willy Wonka does is wow you with the amazing world that he's built, right? Like, that's the first thing he does. And Gene Wilder's version, I think, is even better at it than the other one. Not Michael Jackson. He did look like Michael Jackson. Johnny Depp. When the first thing that he does is, step into a world of my imagination, and he shows you a giant magical world of, like, there's gumdrop trees and gummy bears that are, I guess, like hanging out or something. And like people are just like taking giant lollipops and just like biting into them. And it just looks like, it looks like Candyland. It literally looks like the board game, like Candyland. And people are loving it. They feel like they're in a magical world. And they're not. They're home. And when we look at Willy Wonka, we want to be in Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. I think we're convinced that it could be real, right? We can so vividly imagine it. And we don't even have to imagine it because we can see it in film. It's right there. This type of world building reminds me of having the geographic biome and then inserting a city or civilization, but the geography is still visible. Yeah. It's like having a painting where you can see detailed trees in the distance. Right. Yeah. I think that's what I would invite sort of consideration. And it doesn't necessarily have to go as deep as I'm pushing it here. I am pushing it quite deep here because I think these are things that you should be thinking about. You should be thinking about these in terms of interlocking systems. A world should not be built on parts. It shouldn't, like, we shouldn't be looking at this as though it's just a puzzle box or something like that. Even a puzzle box is too simple for this, I think. A puzzle has interlocking pieces, but the picture's already on it. What we want to be looking at is an interlocking system. If we're world building, we want to be building a car, the Model T. We want to be building something where all of the parts are functioning to have it move forward and drive it forward. And they're all integral. Every screw needs to be there for the safety and security and functioning of the car. And screws are important. They're tiny. Does your world have screws? Does your world have like screws to hold things together? Do they use nails? Those are questions. Now, I don't just say we should be asking questions for question's sake. And I guess I haven't been doing a very good job probably of telling or pointing out where these important questions are. We've been asking a lot of questions. We haven't been answering a lot of questions. Part of the reason that we haven't been answering a lot of questions is because it takes a lot of time to answer those questions. And that's one of the reasons that I've avoided doing this on stream before, is that I always thought that it would be too time consuming. I think I'm right. We may continue it on another stream, but I don't want to like pressure that to happen. So it may not happen. This may be the close of this particular investigation. But if we want to guide our question asking productively, I invite you to return to the idea that I mentioned earlier in this, and then sort of let drift away until it resurfaced again here. And that is karmic circularity. When we think of a good story has a sense of karmic circularity. We want characters to go through arcs. We want arcs to have payoff. We want there to be costs to actions. We want those costs to come back later. We have to be thinking about, and I do quite mean this literally, as a circle. We want a sense of karmic circularity. And usually how that's manifested in the story, of course, we see this in sort of the hero's journey, right? In the hero's journey, the way that they often advocate for structuring a plot in terms of a sort of an epic hero novel. You start off from point A, and you more or less kind of end at point A as well, but it's now with having learned something. You end point A, but with some sort of grander realization or some sort of revelation as to what point A actually is. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is ending at point A, but better, where you are ending at point A, but now you've amassed the wealth you need in order to solve the problem. That's how a lot of video games probably end their stories, at least a lot of sort of traditional ones. When we're thinking about karmic circularity, we want to be thinking about not just how we can have payoff for things, but how this part of the story flows into the next part. And we want to be thinking about it in a couple of dimensions. One of the most artistic things that I think Game of Thrones did for a story is it showed how causality is very, very messy. In Game of Thrones, we start with a series of starting events, but I think it's fair to say that we start with one pretty big inciting event, and that's the death of Robert, King Robert, or whatever. Is it Robert? I'm going to go with Robert. King Robert. I'm just going to put R. We all know who he is. This is for Game of Thrones. And King Robert dies. And then the story progresses. And the story progresses in this way for Ned Stark. And then it progresses in this way for Cersei Lannister. Notice that hers goes a lot longer. And then it progresses in this way for some other Lannister. And then it progresses in this way for Robb Stark. And then it progresses in this way for Daenerys or somebody, right? We have all of these branching stories. And then we have other characters branching stories who cross them and go off in this way, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it looks like a Marvel Universe timeline, right? We've got just endlessly intercrossing timelines going on for where the characters go from this one inciting event. So this one inciting event has caused 1,000 different things to happen. That's how the real world works. The real world works with very, very messy causality, and it's actually very, very difficult to determine what caused what. When we look at something like, why did, we can ask the question, not to spoil any plot events, because this doesn't actually happen in the story. Why did Cersei kill some guy named Bran? There we go, Bran. Why did Cersei kill Bran in the story? And we could say, I mean, at sort of a primordial event, we could try to say something like, oh, well, actually, it comes back to King Robert's death. But, I mean, if we're saying why did she kill Bran in this moment, maybe it was a crime of passion, right? So our explanations are going to shift. Did she kill Bran because of this? Maybe she killed Bran because of something in our childhood. And that's how the real world is. The real world is very, very difficult to determine where the causality of human behavior comes from, because human behavior is so multivaried. It has a lot of things feeding into it. There's psychology at play. There's history at play. There's emotions. There's moods. What Game of Thrones excels at is showing the messiness of causality. It's sort of in real time. There's a lot of different events that will converge to cause something. And that's how revolutions have happened. A bunch of events converged all at once. Political opportunism, political malfeasance, and a bunch of people who are discontented with the status quo, and poverty, and rampant poverty, and also the war with England. So you have your world and all the details. What story would you tell then? That's where theme is going to inform the story that you're going to tell. And one of the themes that I really like to explore personally in the stories that I usually embark on is I explore the theme of what is that theme? I want to say it's it's not self-critique. I had a word for this. I usually have a word for this. But the theme more or less is somebody who finds strength out of weakness, a very particular weakness. It has to be a weakness that is essential to them. In this case, for instance, for Avir, in this story that I'm working on, Avir is a drug addict, or she was a long time ago. And now she has a lot of power that she develops from her temperance, her mastery of a virtue called temperance, which, because she has made herself very, very temperate, she's able to exercise the power of this virtue. And that's where she gets her power from. Her power comes out of a personal weakness for her. She was a drug addict. She struggled with her addiction. She deals with withdrawals every time she uses her power. Every time she uses temperance to affect something in the world, it causes her to have like backlash withdrawals into her heroin addiction. It's not really heroin. It's mythical world heroin, but it's heroin. So when I was thinking about that, right, and of course, as I come up with that character concept, that character idea, it already started the world building spin-off. I'm already going off about what the drug she was using and the economic effects, where she got it, how that was developed, who invented it thousands of years ago, what it was used for, what did it cause any wars, et cetera, et cetera. Was it a treatment for anything? How difficult does it get? Is it expensive? How does somebody who's poor still get it if it's expensive? How do they use it? All of those questions still have to be answered immediately right after that for me. Continuing on, though, of course, the theme that I started with was somebody who finds strength from their weakness. In this case, somebody who tries to master temperance. They try to master a virtue for themselves to prove that they're sort of morally good or morally worthy out of a personal weakness that they feel toward an addiction, a part of themselves they feel that they can't control, a part of their want and their desire and their need. So they have that. I have that theme set up. And from there on, I want to develop the circularity of people who find strength out of their weaknesses. So she comes to this town in Hirina, and I start off with Avir. And I also start off more or less with a theme. Strength from weakness. And I'm going to kind of insert here moral weakness. It's strength from a moral weakness. Oops. 22. There we go. Strength from a moral weakness. Now, is this the right one? This isn't the right one. Where'd the paintbrush go? There we go. So we've got, and then the story sets up the conflict, right? So the first thing that I do after now I've got this theme, strength from a moral weakness. How do I set up that conflict? I set up what her moral weakness is. We've got this is feeding into temperance. And from there, we also need the conflict. So what's going to be the plot of the story, more or less? I'd also decided on the plot of the story. I think most of us sort of enter in with a sort of picture of our story, a vague story that we already want to tell in the world that we want to tell it. So when I'm saying something like, oh, we need to go really, really deep in this world building, the assumption that I'm sort of making is that you already have a world that you want to build. If you're telling us, like, stories don't have to be told in an alternate world. I think the wrong lesson to take away from Tolkien is that if you want to tell a fantasy story, you have to tell it in a fantastical world. This world is plenty fantastical enough. Narnia was told in this world. Even though it was told in Narnia, Narnia was, it's an isekai. It's an alternate world story where somebody jumps into an alternate world. The alternate world, like, you don't need this kind of depth of explanation for an alternate world like that, unless that's what you're like. So you ask the question, what is this alternate world doing in my story? In the case of Narnia, the alternate world is serving as sort of a sidecar to the actual story, right? So it's not necessarily something that requires the same kind of treatment or development, because Narnia itself is really more of an extension of the theme of the story, of escapism during the war, than it, or of childhood natures and about the worlds we have to grow up from and leave. That's what Narnia is about. So it's not really about like a well fleshed out, in-depth fantasy world that people would actually want to live in. You notice probably that when people are listing their favorite places to, like, you know, if they're like, oh, I would really want to live here, most people say like, oh, I'd want to be in Harry Potter, or oh, I'd want to be in Patrick Rothfuss's The Name of the Wind world, whatever that is, Amara or Amastrea or something like that. People want to be in Earthsea, in the wherever, you know, the Earthsea Chronicles are set. Few people want to be in the Hunger Games, of course, because it's a terrible, evil, depressing world. It's also more or less our world. It's just set in the future. Yeah, take that, normies. Yeah. Narnia was an isekai. It's straight up, it's an isekai. The only thing that makes it not an isekai is that it's not Japanese. So I guess it's sort of weird to call it an isekai if it's not Japanese, when isekai is a Japanese word. But that's the only weird thing about calling it an isekai, because otherwise it is an isekai. We have a theme set up, and usually what I advise is going into your story with, you want to start at least at some level with an idea of the theme, an idea of the plot. One sentence is enough. So in the case of this plot that I came up with for my story, the plot is that Avir is, say, hero of virtue, putting that in quotes because she wouldn't want to call herself a hero, and she definitely doesn't think that she's very virtuous. But a hero of virtue, which is what other people might call her in the world. Avir, a hero of virtue, is on a quest to kill the Quarren Knights, which are also heroes of virtue. So, we have a hero of virtue on a quest to kill other heroes of virtue. Doesn't sound like a very heroic quest. It definitely doesn't sound like a very virtuous quest. And therein lies the first paradoxical theme that we will be setting up. We have a person sort of doing virtue for non-virtuous reasons, or toward non-virtuous ends. Because the end goal just on its face doesn't seem like a very good guy thing to do. Good guys aren't usually hunting to kill people. There's a reason Batman has his one rule. So Veer, very unlike Batman in her nature, is on a quest to hunt and kill people. Now, I had it in this case that she wanders, her first place that she goes is to Hirana. When I was developing Hirana, the first thing that I came up with was the bell tower. That was just something that stood out to me. So the first thing that I had for Hirana was I had the bell tower. I had to answer why the bell tower was important. The bell tower sets up sort of a schedule for that world, in which we have the whole flow of Hirana is determined by this bell tower. When the bell tower goes off, tides are rising or lowering. Dang it. Tides are rising or lowering every time the bell tower goes off. And we also have, and that determines like the entire economic flow, right? That's going to determine the times of day that you can go to the market. All of this is in service of understanding that when Avir gets there, what's going to happen? Because there's sort of an economy of actions when you're telling a story. If you structure the world around this, you can make it a lot easier on yourself to decide what's going to have to happen next. Here I'm going to just sort of loosely call this the economy of the economy of action. When I say economy of action, I don't want, we're not conveying, you don't have to have any economics knowledge or understanding to know what we're talking about with this. All we're talking about is that there is going to be a scarcity of opportunity for her to do things, right? You only have so many hours in a day. Let's just start there. At a very basic level, Avir has 24 hours in a day. I mean, maybe she's got slightly more, slightly less, depending on the alternate world. Maybe their world is 26 hours in a day. It doesn't matter. Point is, we're going to be operating under normal rules and assuming that she just has 24 hours in a day. She has 24 hours in a day to do things. Some of those hours, probably, unless she's so magical that she doesn't have to, are going to be spent sleeping and eating. Avira is not so magical that she doesn't have to do those things, so she is going to have to still eat and sleep. Eat, sleep, and just, we'll say, miss for things like, I don't know, getting dressed or walking somewhere. Those are all going to be things that are just sort of misc. Those are going to take up many, many hours in her day. Probably, for each one of these, I think the average human sleeps something like 7 hours. So we'll say 7 hours for this. Maybe she sleeps slightly less. Maybe she gets away with 6. She eats, that's probably a good hour at least out of her day. Maybe she's very, very fast at eating, only spends 15 minutes on a meal. But she's still going to have to cook, wait for cooking, those sorts of things. That's probably going to end up being, especially back in those days, 2 to 3 hours. Back in those days being sort of 15 to 1700s equivalent. Probably looking at 3 hours. So far, that's 10 hours. Miscellaneous, let's give her an hour for miscellaneous things. It's 11 hours out of her day. This is assuming that she's probably a very, very, very efficient person. And now we're down to just 13 hours left that she can do things. 13 hours is not a lot of time. In medieval times especially. This isn't quite medieval. It's a bit after that. Probably more like Renaissance times. No, Renaissance actually is still earlier. Enlightenment. That's the one I meant. Enlightenment times. So 13 hours in her day. Most of that day is probably going to be spent traveling if she travels a lot. Even if she can travel with magic, she's probably still traveling a lot just in one town. Even if she can sort of instant teleport between towns, in one town, she's going to be doing a lot of walking to get from place to place. Point A to point B. Just talk to the next person on our itemized list, her itinerary. It's going to take her an hour to get there. Maybe just 15 minutes, depending. Maybe it's a small city. Huron is a small city, so it could be slightly less, but still, it's going to take a lot of time. 13 hours gets cut down. We're going to say travel time. And now we're probably down to something like, I don't know. Just shave off 3 hours from that for travel time, and we'll say she's got 10 hours to do whatever it is she wants to do in a day. Now, her 10 hours doing things in a day are not 10 hours for her to do anything in a day. Certain things have to be done at certain times. And that's what I mean by the economy of actions. So not only do we have a problem of time, that her time is limited by normal human limitations, but she also, if she wants to eat, has to go to the market to get fish. She's going to be dependent on when the market is open. So the market, if we say it's open from, and these are just arbitrary times, but 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., that's actually pretty late for a market. It's probably something more like, probably like 2 p.m. to like 6 p.m. would be like market hours in a world like this. Some marketplaces probably be pretty early in the morning if there are marketers who want to get up that early. But 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. are probably going to be sort of the prime market hours for these people. If those are the prime market hours, we also have to ask ourselves what are the prime... we have to ask ourselves things like, what are the prime fishing hours? When is the market going to be supplied? Because if the market's not going to be supplied because the fishers can't do their fishing until 2 p.m., because that's when high tide is in most northern places and places of equivalent geography, those sorts of things, it's going to be placing limitations on when the market's going to be open, right? So developing these parts of our world, once we develop those, when a Veer comes into a city like Hirna, and we know that we want her to do 4 things in this city. Number 1, we want her to encounter a fisher that she's not actually going to kill. So encounter sort of a false, a red herring fisher, right? So she encounters a, and that's what we'll call it, a red herring fisher. Pun intended. Ha ha ha, herring. Ha. I'm hilarious. That's number 1. Number 2, we want her to encounter Rotha, who is another important character. Just so these are just things that I want to happen in So when you're thinking about this for your own story, you look at the scene that's going to happen. My character wanders into this town, or my character goes to this place, or my character is already in this place. What are the things that I need to happen here? And you have to ask how the place is going to act in service of those actions. How is her location in Hirna going to help or hinder her ability to achieve what she wants? So she's going to meet Rotha. That's what I want to happen. These are things I want to happen. Meet Rotha. I want her to, who is a fairly important character for the story. I then want her to, I want her to have an encounter with a market thief, like a little market thief girl. And I want her to have an encounter with this guy named the Arbiter. These were all just sort of ideas of conversations and interactions that I wanted going into this. And then I start asking myself things like, where are these people? Where is the Arbiter? Where is the market? Where is Rotha? And where is the fisher she's going to encounter? This leads to very classic fantasy style, building a map, which is absolutely essential for understanding how these relations are, spatially placed. Is it going to be the case that in here and out it would be realistic for a person to be able to cross from the harbor on the eastern side all the way over to the, the deep caves and bellies where the Arbiter resides? So we need a map. We need to lay out these locations. When we're thinking about these locations, then we want to start thinking about distinctive features. I always recommend when you're approaching with distinctive features in a location to think about what they would be calling them. We rarely... I think there's a tendency when we're using descriptive language to be super descriptive, but not necessarily in character or in world. So when we're thinking about something like, I'm describing a building, I can describe the building as it's a great house. One word, great house. With enormous stone pillars and a roof a roof of stone that sits on top of them, that's so heavy that you can see the pillars bearing its weight. You can see how they're pressed into the earth. And when a storm comes, it almost seems like it's the rain and the clouds that are getting pushed around, because this obelisk isn't the right word. This monument is just so stalwart. It's so firm in its placement. It stands so proudly. We can describe things like that. Sure, it's fine. We can be descriptive with adjectives. But I would invite being descriptive with nouns. By calling things suggestively with terms that convey an image without conveying the whole image. They convey an image of depth. So instead of saying that there are two white stone statues at the entrance to the tavern, you can say they're at the doors of the fisher's return stand the ivory heralds, right? And you hear ivory heralds, and you probably picture ivory-colored statues. Maybe. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you picture pillars. Maybe you don't even know what a herald is or like what that's supposed to be. But it conveys something. There's something ivory, or at least something called the Ivory Heralds, that are at the doors of this place. And you don't really need to know what the Fisher's Return is yet, because it'll be pretty obvious what the Fisher's Return is once people are in it drinking mead or wine or whatever it is they're drinking in the Fisher's Return. It's also important to think of the whys and hows of the places. You make an important port town. Okay, why is this port town important? How did it get that way? In a plain shoreline, surely there'd be dozens of similar-sized towns that could do the job. Is there a river that flows to the port? Is it in a natural valley between mountains with a natural path to important mining resources? Make your locations matter. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely make your locations matter. That's super. And that's, I mean, I think sort of the overall theme that I hope to impress today. When I say world building systemically, what it's a very difficult concept, I think, to approach, because it's something that you only know. Start with one element of world building, and you should keep world building, asking yourself questions and questions and questions and questions until you've looped back to that first thing somehow, until some question needs to come back and make reference to this point that you started from. And by that point, you have gone so deep that you have become self-referencing. Your world is now filled with these nuggets of self-sustainability. It is filled with these perfect circles on which it is built, like atoms. It should be self-containing. Now, I don't want to neglect the importance of feeling, a feeling of depth. And that's something that is best conveyed. That's something that's not even just best conveyed, it's something that's best practiced. It's gotten there by reading. I tried to choose stories that I thought wouldn't be particularly... It's easy to choose from the masters, I think. We look at somebody like Frank Herbert in Dune. Of course, Dune... It's got the movie coming out. Famous. I just think Dune is too good. I think it's... And I don't even mean that too good because I'm a fan of Dune. I just think that it's not something that's easy to learn from because it was so experimental for what it was doing. It's learning from Dune is like trying to approach like Calc 2 first. It's just not a thing to learn from. It's a thing to read and appreciate and go, wow, that did a lot of things really, really well. Of course, it's probably easy to say that about a lot of excellent authors. But I do think that there are more discrete, isolated lessons that we can take away from other people who did a thing well without necessarily having to do it all well. One of the things that I think is most essential, and if I was to say, this is how you can practice world building, is being mindful, meditating. And I don't necessarily mean crossing your legs and holding your hands in circles and then om. But instead, I mean just being sort of generally thankful and appreciative. I think maybe that's oversimplified. It's when you're out in the real world and you're noticing things you like about it. And they should be the little unique things that you think only you have noticed. You're probably not the only one to have ever noticed anything. But you can be the first one to incorporate it into your story in the way that you will incorporate it into your story. You can be the first one to incorporate it into the story in the most unique, you-like possible way. That's what you can be the first at and the best at and the only one of. You do that best by experiencing the world. Of course, experience is super, super important. You can also achieve it by researching. Your writing is going to have a different feeling if most of it has been done by research or if it has been done by experience. It will have a different feeling. I guarantee it. 10 out of 10 times. It will be noticeable. Italo Calvino is an author that wrote with immense depth to his world building, and yet it was increasingly apparent with every city that he wrote of in Invisible Cities that these were not necessarily things that he had experienced himself, but things that he knew about, things that he could picture, things that he could imagine. He could build a world very, very effectively. He was a world builder in a scientifically accurate way, in a sort of a rigidly academic way, and it felt like it. It was still beautiful. It was striking and beautiful, and I 100% recommend Invisible Cities for anybody who hasn't already read it. But it is a different feeling than when you read Hemingway. There's a simplicity that somebody who experiences it writes about it with that conveys a feeling of simplicity to the more complex elements that are appreciated by empirical research and intense academic focus. Honing that kind of attention on very specific elements creates kind of like an analytical fixation. It feels academic. And so the way that you can tone that down is by focusing on the things that normal people focus on. One of the reasons that I have to go so in depth in the world building in the story that I'm writing is because Evir, the main character, is a person who has more or less traveled the entire world, seen every city inside and out, and is generally thought to know everything by the people in the world. The people in her world think she is a god and knows everything. She isn't. And she doesn't know everything. She's just very, very analytically capable and sort of like a Sherlock Holmesy type of thing. But in order to create that feeling, she has to know a lot. She has to have experienced a lot. And so every time she approaches a new situation or a new experience, she'll constantly be recording that into her, her data set, her codex of experiences of things that she knows about or things that she's experienced, things that she's seen in the world. And she's going to be running that against all of them. You're going to get the sense that when she's describing something, she's describing it either the way that it is because she knows how it is, she knows the nature of the thing, she knows the history of the ivory heralds at the doors of the Fisher's Return, she knows why they're there and what they symbolize and who built them, or she just knows the general story. She just knows that they were built by a people who thought they had some kind of purpose when they came here to this town, that only they would be able to do this thing that would honor the great heralds that they would build out of ivory with some kind of rare material that they thought was sacred at the time. But now all of that story is just kind of lost to history. She knows it. She doesn't know this one, but she knows the general gist of the story because she's seen it 1,000 times in every single city that she goes to. Over time, human nature just becomes sort of repetitive and cyclical. You understand everything by seeing a few instances of the same story repeat itself. In order to make that feel new, you have to focus on different systems every time. Now, there are different stories that I think achieve different depths of world building with very different effects, while all doing more or less the exact same thing. Of course, such is the nature of art. I'm going to jump into something from Shadow and Claw from Gene Wolfe. Gene Wolfe is one of my favorite authors. He's one of my favorite authors that I haven't actually read a whole lot of, because every time I try to pick up a Gene Wolfe novel, I picked up the first few, and I very much enjoyed them. He's got a way of writing. And every time I read it, all I can think is, wow, this guy's Catholic. We want the sense of world building, so it's probably best to go with This is good. I'm going to go ahead and take notes while reading this. And we'll find, I think, by the end, the sort of hidden gems. Let's see what we find. Let's see what we find. I'm not even going to try to preface this with what we will find. This is an experiment. My hope is that we'll find something. I think we will. I'm very confident that we will. Next day, for the first time, I carried Thekla's supper to her. I don't know if her name is Thekla or Thesla, so if you think her name is Thesla, you're welcome to correct me on that. Next day, for the first time, I carried, I'll say Thesla. I don't know, it's Thecla, and that to me looks like Thekla, but I know that this is also written in light of sort of Latin, so I think it's probably Thesla if it's Latin. Next day, for the first time, I carried Thesla's supper to her. For a watch, I remained with her, frequently observed through the slot in the cell door by Drada. We played word games, at which she was far better than I, and after a while talked of those things, oh my goodness, this is a tiny font, so I'm gonna have to pull this closer. Make the light brighter. There we go. Is that, oh no, it's not too much light. Wonderful. We played word games, at which she was far better than I, and after a while talked of those things those who have returned are said to say lie beyond death, she recounting what she had read in the smallest of books I had brought her, not only the accepted views of the Hierophants, but various eccentric and heretic theories. When I am free, she said, I shall found my own sect. I will tell everyone that its wisdom was revealed to me during my sojourn among the torturers. They'll listen to that. I asked what her teachings would be. That there is no agathadaemon or afterlife. That the mind is extinguished in death as in sleep, yet more so. But who will you say revealed that to you? She shook her head, then rested her pointed chin upon one hand, a pose that showed off the graceful line of her neck admirably. I haven't decided yet. An angel of ice, perhaps? Or a ghost? Which do you think is best? Isn't there a contradiction in that? Precisely. Her voice was rich with the pleasure the question gave her. In that contradiction will reside the appeal of this new belief. One can't found a novel theology on nothing. And nothing is so secure a foundation as a contradiction. Look at the greatest successes of the past. They say their deities are the masters of all the universes, and yet that they require grandmothers to defend them as if they were children frightened by poultry. Or that the authority that punishes no one while there exists a chance for reformation will punish everyone when there is no possibility anyone will become the better for it. I said, these things are too complex for me. No, they're not. You're as intelligent as most young men, I think. But I suppose you torturers have no religion. Did they make you swear to give it up? Not at all. We've a celestial patroness and observances, just like any other guild. We don't, she said. For a moment, she seemed to brood on that. Only the guilds do, you know, and the army, which is a kind of guild. We'd be better off, I think, if we did. Still, all the days of feast and nights of vigil have become shows, opportunities to wear new dresses. Do you like this? She stood and extended her arms to show the soiled gown. It's very pretty, I ventured. The embroidery and the way the little pearls are sewed on. It's the only thing I have here. What I was wearing when I was taken. It's for dinner, really. After late afternoon and before early evening. I said I was sure Master Gerlos would have others brought if she asked. I already have, and he says he sent some people to the House Absolute to fetch them for me, but they were unable to find it, which means that the House Absolute is trying to pretend I don't exist. Anyway, it's possible all my clothes have been sent to our chateau in the north, or one of the villas. He's going to have his secretary write them for me. Do you know who he sent? I asked. The House Absolute must be nearly as big as our citadel, and I would think it would be impossible for anyone to miss. On the contrary, it's quite easy. Since it can't be seen, you can be there and never know if you're not lucky. Besides, with the roads closed, all they have to do is alert their spies to give a very particular party incorrect direction, and they have spies everywhere. I started to ask how it was possible for the House Absolute, which I had always imagined a vast palace of gleaming towers and domed halls, to be invisible. But Thesla was already thinking of something else altogether, stroking a bracelet formed like a kraken whose tentacles wrapped the white flesh of her arm. Its eyes were cabochon emeralds. They let me keep this, and it's quite valuable. Platinum, not silver. I was surprised. There's no one here who can be bribed. It might be sold in Nessus to buy clothing. Have any of my friends tried to see me? Do you know Severian? I shook my head. They would not be admitted. I understand, but someone might try. Do you know that most of the people in the House Absolute don't know this place exists? I see you don't believe me. You mean they don't know of the Citadel? They're aware of that, of course. Parts of it are open to everyone, and anyway, you can't miss seeing the spires if you get down into the southern end of the living city, no matter which side of Guiol you're on. She slapped the metal wall of her cell with one hand. They don't know of this, or at least, a great many of them would deny it still exists. Hey, Atanshi, how's it going? Taking a brief detour into Gene Wolfe for world building. So, the goal of that, and reading that, was to examine for the depth of the world building, which was incredibly deep. Very, very dense. We're going to, I said I would take notes while I wrote it. That turned out to be very, very difficult to keep flow and take notes. So I'm going to go back through, take a couple of notes on a couple of the things that I think are worth focusing on. It wasn't just the words. There were a couple of words that were very interesting. Let's see. Thesla, Droda, those are just names of characters. Not only the accepted views, so we have the accepted views. Actually, I won't use quotes, just so we can. Accepted views of the Hierophants. Of course, because about the books he'd brought her, the various books that I had brought her, not only the accepted views of the Hierophants, and of course, the Hierophants, very likely, it seems to be a combination of the words sycophant and hierarchy or something. So we've probably got hierarchical sycophants. It's probably what we're dealing with there. That could just be a slang term in their language, or it could actually be the reverent term for referring to these people. Most likely a slang term if we are, if we're, I guess being smart about how we're trying to interpret this. I'm open to it being canon, I guess. Let's see. I will tell everyone it's wisdom. He mentioned the Agathodaimon. That there is no Agathodaimon or afterlife. There is no Agathodaimon or afterlife. So of course we can get an inference that an Agathodaimon is probably their version of Satan or their version of hell or something like that. It's hand in hand with the afterlife. People talk about those in the same breath. At one point in the dialogue, of course, she says over here, and I quote this exactly, one can't found a novel theology on nothing, capitalized, and nothing is so secure a foundation as a contradiction. She capitalizes nothing there in reference, of course, to some kind of hierarchical view of nothing or some deity. And nothing is so secure a foundation. So she's talking about two different things there. It's just a cute little thing in the language. It's not necessarily something with the world building. With the world building, we do have, look at the great success of the past. They say their deities are the masters of all the universes. That's something we're used to in the real world. And yet they require grandmothers to defend them, as if they were children frightened by poultry. Or that the authority punishes no one while there exists a chance for reformation. So normal. This is all just normal religious stuff. But he says these things are too complex for me. So there's a little bit of irony as the character is saying, oh, normal things are too complex for me. As after having this deep conversation with Hierophants and the Agatha Daemon, the moment she starts saying normal, like realistic things, that's when things get too complex for him. You're as intelligent as most young men, I think, but I suppose you torturers have no religion. He then says, after she accuses him of having no religion, he says, not at all. We've a celestial patroness and observances, just like any other guild. That sentence is packed. How's it going, Itanchi? Good to see you. Yeah, Twitch can be quite the beast at times, I've found. Especially, it's a platform. It's a platform. Like all the rest of them. How goes it? So this sentence is packed with information here. We have a celestial patroness, so we know that their religion revolves around some kind of celestial patroness. This kind of language sounds sci-fi, which is very interesting for the story that otherwise has a very, very deep Latin fantasy feel to it. But of course, if you do know the world building of the story that he's telling in the world, you know that the story is actually set on like a Dyson sphere. So it is a sci-fi world. It's a very sci-fi fantasy world. It's quite the mix. We only went through one section. We mentioned in this one section, literally was one scene. We have a torturers guild. We have Master Gurlos. That's a person who's not in this conversation and has not recently been seen in the story. We then have the House Absolute, from which Thesla comes from. We have another city, Nessus, which is... he mentions that people can't... she's got a very nice bracelet, right? She's got this nice bracelet. And then he tells her that basically you can't bribe torturers. So torturers can't be bribed. We don't know if this is like a lie or something. This could be a lie, right? Or he could just be like very, very prideful. If they're normal humans, it seems like they're probably bribable unless there's like some kind of regulation that is just so strict, or some kind of magical force, or some kind of like compulsion that is so strict that's going to keep them from being bribed. So we don't know how literal he's being when he says torturers can't be bribed. There's some ambiguity there, but it's still giving us information in the world. It's still giving us this world building information. She says that the bracelet, her nice bracelet, can be sold in Nessus. And actually, before we even get to that, he describes her bracelet, and he gives her bracelet quite the description. He says it is, let's see, a bracelet formed like a kraken whose tentacles wrapped the white flesh of her arm. Its eyes were cabochon emeralds. Now, is that a real thing? Sorry, wrong one. That's what I wanted. A gem polished but not faceted. Ah, I see. They're just polished emeralds. Might be sold in Nessus to buy clothing. That's what she mentions about the bracelet that she's wearing. It could be sold in Nessus to buy clothing. It couldn't be used because he mentions that it can't be used to bribe the torturers. And of course, we also get this description of the house absolute. Now, the house absolute is a very formal name for a thing in this world. There's a thing in this world called the house absolute. That sounds like a pretty dramatic name. That's probably the name of some kind of large church, or maybe it could be sort of used colloquially like the house of God. And in the way that we use the phrase house of God, we sometimes mean like a physical church, or we mean the like metaphysical, ethereal, the ethereal house thing. We don't know which one he means by this. But what we do get is we do get a description. The physical description she gives, so she gives us real physical information. It's invisible. Is this a metaphor? No idea. At this point in the story, you have no idea. I do know, personally, it's not a metaphor. Well, it's kind of a metaphor, I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to spoil anything. It's a great book. You should read it. The book is Shadow of the Torturer by Gene Wolfe. Let's see. And we also get some info, physical info. It's invisible. He describes that he had always envisioned it in his, in the main character, Severian, imagined... what was that? He imagined a vast palace of gleaming towers and domed halls. Now, generally speaking, when somebody who is an adult imagines a place as a vast palace of gleaming towers and domed halls, it is either because of one of two things. Either this place is owned by a billionaire, and so he's picturing realistically Jeff Bezos' house, right? Like if you think that this place is owned by one of the wealthiest people in all of existence, you're definitely going to be picturing some Taj Mahal level extravaganza. You're picturing gold on the walls. That's one thing. So either this place is owned by extremely wealthy people, which is why he's picturing it in this way, or, as seems more likely, this place is extremely sort of mythically revered. And I mean, like, in sort of, it's legendary among people for being this sort of place of extravagant wealth in their own mythos, in their own like fictionalized version of it. It's the it's their equivalent of the house of God. How does one imagine the house of God? If it's a house that God is constantly residing in, you're probably imagining something pretty lush. Or at least something very, very bright. A lot of light is going to be in there. So, that is at least most of the information that we got from this. And that's not to include even the information that we got about Gyoll and the Citadel. That is one scene. That scene in that book is probably about 500, maybe 700 words. In 700 words, we got the accepted views of the Hierophants. We've got the Agathodaimon, or afterlife. We got a celestial patroness and observances, just like any other guild, setting up, of course, that the torturers are part of a guild, just like any other group. So, of course, now we're in a world where there is a torturers guild. That's a significant change from the guilds most of us are used to. There's Master Gerlos, whoever that guy is, probably his boss. We've got the House Absolute, wherever Thesla comes from, which is probably some kind of religious establishment. And we have what he's imagined versus what actually was there. According to her, it's invisible. Should we trust her? We've got sort of an intrigue in the dialogue between these two characters. All of it is in service, though, magnificently to a theme that we're setting up. We're setting up a religious theme in this story. The story is going to be about what we can and can't believe in, as it's already been established by two characters who we can't tell which one we should be believing. Is it more accurate to be picturing the house of God in the way Severian would imagine it? Can we trust how he pictures things in his own world? Usually, as the main character, we're inclined to do that. If Harry Potter tells you that his school looks like a castle, you don't immediately go, that kid's got a screw loose. Nobody goes to school in a castle. You say, oh, I guess the school looks like a castle, even though he's a 12-year-old boy reporting this information to you. And in the same way, Severian is an adult torturer in a world where there is now a torturer's guild. When he tells you that he pictures the House Absolute as a place of gleaming towers and domed halls, should we be assuming that that's because this is a place that people tend to be picturing in an over-the-top way, or because he actually has some kind of inside knowledge about what this place actually looks like? Maybe he's talked to people who have been there. Now, it sounds like Severian probably hasn't talked to people who have been there before he's talked to Thesla. We have a new question, whether or not Thesla's actually been there. Thesla is wearing a very, very nice bracelet, so that's something that's sort of interesting about her character. It seems like maybe she comes from money. But she's also wearing a soiled gown. The gown could be nice, but it also sounds like they could be sort of romanticizing probably like a ruined sort of patient-like a gown and trying to give her this sort of air, this veneer of luxury that's gone to ruin. That's in service of the theme that we have, the sort of myth that's fading, the way that religious institutions seem to be fading from view and their belief systems are taken less and less literally, and they become, over time, a feature of myth. They embed themselves in our world the same way that we talk about Hades. One day, we may be talking about hell or Satan in that way. Right. That's sort of the way that we're building up how religion functions in this world. It's a function of a fading myth that its own people seem to be calling into question. This is maybe the Enlightenment time for these people. There's a lot of faithlessness that's going to be, or maybe not faithlessness, but a lot of doubt that's going to be sprouting in this time period for these people. That was all conveyed within 700 probably words. I'm just estimating how many words it was, but very, very dense. And we have all of these different elements of world building that are creating this density, that are adding into their conversations. There are things that these characters are able to reference. There are things that they're able to talk about and just casually insert them into conversation. And when you're reading that conversation, there's no way you're thinking, this is a conversation that could happen on Earth. This is a normal thing people would be talking about on Earth. Some of it is window dressing. Some of it is window dressing world building where people are just renaming things that already exist in our world. When they say something like the celestial patroness, obviously this is one word somebody could just sort of find and replace with the great God or the almighty one, right? Almighty one, celestial patroness, roughly synonyms. So in that way, this is something that's like window dressing. But in another way, it isn't, because we have a torturer's guild. That's very much not window dressing, and it definitely seems like that's going to have some real social and political connotations and implications for these people. When we have a torturer's guild, there's now a career of people who are just torturers. She refers to him like he just has a job title, like you would say, hello, I mean, we don't normally refer to people by their job title because it's a little bit offensive, but I mean, in this world, I guess maybe they'd be more okay with it. But in this case, she calls him a torturer. Like that's a profession. In the same way you'd be like, hello, engineer, hello, torturer. Like, and that's just a person who can just be there. Like, there's not like a sense of, oh, this is horrifying. I'm beside a torturer. It's there's my plumber, there's my electrician, and there's a torturer. He does something for society. What kind of society is like that? In Shadow and Claw, that implication is explored. There's a different kind of world building, though, that we can be talking about. That is something that I would call mythic world building or story-like world building, where we're putting in these mythic constructs. Some of it is window dressing, and some of it is a legitimate storytelling. We're inventing something new and then we're embedding it into a world where a bunch of other new things happen and we're conveying that to a reader. Here are all of the new ideas that I've contributed to the building of this story. And in that way, though, that is what I would call probably external world building. And external world building is going to be the feature of world building where you're looking not at how these particular world elements are impacting this character in light of their individual experiences, but how the world building is shaping the world itself. When we ask, what would a world be like if there was a torturer's guild And we go on to answer that question with the implications of what it would actually be like to have a torturer's guild politically and socially, and how would they be treated in a social hierarchy, and would people judge them negatively for what they do? Do they receive moral approbation for this? Or is this kind of, maybe they get lauded. Maybe people applaud what they do because they think, oh yes, national security. Whatever it is, what kind of world has a torturer's guild? In that way, we don't necessarily have to ask the question, what would the world be like if? We can also ask the question, what would the character be like if he thought? Maisha, the metaphor I used to symbolize low self-esteem. I mean, I wanted it to be a metaphor for something else, but it just ended up this way. Absolutely, yeah. When you say show, if you need to show something, you feel free to drop it in the Discord, and then I can show it on stream if there's like a visual to it. So what I mean by that internalized world building, and I'll call this just sort of loosely internalized world building. One of my favorite authors, who I think is a master of internalized world building, where the elements of the world aren't actually affecting necessarily outside things. In fact, a lot of them are causally inert. A lot of them aren't doing anything. You have like a cat that sprouts up talking to somebody, and it doesn't necessarily influence a lot of outside events. But you know what it is going to influence? It's going to influence that character a ton. If a cat suddenly starts talking to somebody, that's a big deal. Yeah, send it along, Raving. Haruki Murakami. And my favorite novel of Murakami's is actually not The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. It's Norwegian Wood. But he doesn't do that same world building in Norwegian Wood. Norwegian Wood is very much a, if I was to say Haruki Murakami ever wrote a normal novel, Norwegian Wood is that novel. It's not a normal novel, but it is a very, very good one. Excellent story. And it's also one of his shorter ones, which I think is why it's better. He's better when he's focused. Aloha, Claw of Time. Greetings. Good to see you. How you doing? Talking about world building today. And one of the things we're looking at is, with that internal world building, is how world building affects character psychology. It should impact your character psychology. Regardless of how you're doing your world building, if you're doing world building in the Tolkien-esque external world building where you have a forest of trees that have a 500-year history over the land, that's probably going to affect some character psychology. If people encounter, number one, if a bunch of people encounter singing trees, you can bet there's going to be some confusion when they hit the next forest and none of the trees are singing. What do they do with their like new expectations of the world? Do they expect trees to be singing normally, or was this an anomaly? Things like that. How regular are these things? And that's something that Murakami confronts in excess in his novels. How normal are these things? How normal is normal? And at what point does normal cease to be normal? At what point is normal weird? When there's a point in his novel, there's always this point, especially in his existential and very, very strange novels, there's always this point where the weird things have escalated to this point that they cease to be weird anymore. He's subtly brought you into so many like strange, subtle differences in how the world can operate that by the end of the novel, when you see a talking cat, okay, that's a talking cat. Why not? That's fine. Oh, the whole world is upside down to one character. Yeah. Seems, yeah, why can't that happen? Oh, this guy's in a bunny suit because there's a guy in a bunny suit now. I'm not going to question it. And there's something about Murakami that he just has mastered the, I'm going to make you not question things anymore. There will be a point at which you will say, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to ask this question. I don't want the answer. I just want to know where this is going. And often the question is inside, or the answer is inside. It's going inside. It's going inside of one person. And it is world building within the psyche of one person. That is an intense psychological trip. We'll dive into it in a moment. These issues would have forced the factory to shut down, but when the baffled Kella saw all this, she felt a flutter in her chest, as if the moths had found her flame. She was the flicker of candlelight at the mercy of their flight that fought to prove its light brighter when antagonized. The lights never came on, and the moths refused to leave her alone. Her flames flinched at their flutter, and cowered into a pathetic and diminutive blue. She had to do better. These issues, that's the question that I'm not quite sure what these issues are. It seems like this proceeds following something. But this is a metaphor for low self-esteem, I see. The metaphor is these issues would have forced the factory. So the factory is the factory a metaphor? Is the factory real? The metaphor seems to be the moths, right? Yes. The moths to the flame, the flicker of candlelight at the mercy of their flight that fought to prove its light brighter when antagonized. The lights never came on, and the moths refused to leave her alone. So we have two... This is excellent, by the way. I'm going to stop for a moment for... we just... a one linguistic thing that I would point out that maybe... Maybe it's a thing that wouldn't bother anybody else. She was the flicker of candlelight at the mercy of their flight. So we have candlelight, and then we went to light brighter, and then the lights never came on. And that confused me, because we were talking about a candle, and then all of a sudden we're talking about actual lights. And the moths refused to leave her alone. Her flames flinched, so we went back to flames. It seems like we did a little bit of a switcheroo there. Other than that, though, by the way, this is excellent. This is super excellent writing. It flows quite well off the tongue, and I pictured every part of it. Yeah, very excellent. When we're talking about, let's see, symbolize low self-esteem. Low self-esteem. Yeah, I see it. So the moths... I guess the moths are a part of her. Is that it? What are the moths? Is the moths her anxiety? I guess I'm curious what's causing that feeling in the first place. Like, why are the moths not always there? Or, like, what sparks them to flock to the flame? Is it when she lights the flame? I mean, I'm speaking in the language of the metaphor. But... like, is there a known trigger? It doesn't even have to be a known trigger. I mean, it could just be, as is the case with a lot of anxiety is sort of like fundamentally irrational, like especially generalized anxiety. Like that's kind of like the nature of the disorder, is that there's no reason for you to be this anxious, and yet you are this anxious. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, my question would be whether or not is this generalized anxiety, or is this targeted? Is this anxiety caused or brought on or triggered by something? She wants to prove that she's useful beyond what she can do for the factory or for her boss. She wants to prove that she's useful. Those issues would have forced the factory to shut down, but when the baffled Kella saw all this, she felt a flutter in her chest. When she saw all these issues that would have forced the factory to shut down. I guess that first sentence, because I'm just lacking context, I'm getting a little confused by it. But I don't think, I think it's an excellent metaphor for the anxiety. Oh no, this is totally good. Yeah, but I think, yeah, no, I think it's excellent. I think it's an excellent, no, nothing to be sorry for. I think it's an excellent metaphor for anxiety. I think when we're talking about these kinds of internalized feelings, it's useful to think about the implications of a lot of the things that we like use to build these images off of. Moths, for instance, are creepy. People don't typically like moths. They're ugly butterflies. Most of them are ugly butterflies. Some of them are prettier butterflies, actually, especially like tropical ones. But usually they're also poisonous. But Yeah, ugly butterflies that eat people's clothes. They're creepy and they're kind of like parasitic almost, or like we just don't trust them. I think and they hide in dark places and sort of fly at us when we're least expecting it. They're sort of like the insect equivalent of bats. Um, I think, yeah, I think moths are a really good one, especially because we usually don't want them around our flames. If we were thinking about like moths converging at some point on our person, yeah, it's disturbing. It's creepy. I think the only thing worse than like moths I could think of would be like, and they would cease to lose the connection with anxiety because moths have sort of their like fluttery nature, their how rapidly they move, and they're kind of unsettling. Their patterns of movement I just generally find a little bit sharp. They don't seem to have that same way that like butterflies float gracefully in the air, and moths are like, I don't know, they're like, it is a little bit cliche, moths to a flame. I guess what I'm trying to say is like I think the cliche is I think the cliche can work for you in this case in the sense that moths are so universally creepy. They're just not they're not good insects. They're not the good guys. That's what I mean. Mothman isn't a good guy. Somehow Batman is. I don't get it. Or is he? So, internal world building and the anxieties therein. I think anxiety is a perfect lead-in to the internal world building. Internal world building generally accompanies, it doesn't have to, and I don't think it should. I think that this is an unnecessary thing that has been caused by like a literary industry that's wary of experimental writing. That said, if your goal is number one, get published and just publish kind of like any story and you don't really care about like the intricacies of these sort of things, skip over it. I mean, it's probably less necessary if you're going for commercial publishing. That said, I would say only it is an essential ingredient for any good story. Part of the fascinating fun of John Wick, mosquitoes are worse than moths. They are worse than moths. You've won me, Danger. Mosquitoes are much worse than moths. They're disgusting. I was outside for like 2 seconds. I had to paint a door. I was outside for 2 seconds, and I had like covered myself, drenched myself in like deep woods mosquito stuff, and that stuff's supposed to keep mosquitoes off you for like 12 hours. Went outside, literally, like I cannot exaggerate how much 2 seconds had passed, and I had 5 mosquitoes immediately land on me. And what I didn't know, because it's not on the can that it tells you this, it's only on the internet, is that off doesn't stop them from landing on you. Off stops them from biting you or stinging you or whatever they do. It stops them from sucking their blood, your blood. But it doesn't stop them from landing on you. And so for a good 30 minutes, I'm out there freaking the F out and just like, and I kept smacking the mosquitoes. And each one of them, I don't know if they'd come from a different victim before they got to me. I had little like blood spots on my skin from like hitting them and squishing. Bugs don't have blood unless they got it from an animal first. And so I'm squishing them and seeing little like blood spots on my arms. And I'm thinking it's my own blood because I'm thinking they're actually biting me. They're not biting me because I'd sprayed myself with a bunch of off. I'm just splatting other people's blood on me, which after the fact I realized is much more horrifying. They're creepy. They're terrible bugs. Internal world building is absolutely necessary when we're talking about building a really good and compelling story. People want to get into the mindset of a character. One of the most fascinating things about John Wick is getting inside his head, right? As if you have any fun watching John Wick, the fun you're having, I think, most of the movie, aside from the stupid fun of like standing in for the character and being able to pretend that you are as much of a badass as John Wick is. That's also fun. Or to be like, what's he going to do next? What badass thing is he going to do next? How's he going to defy death or drive his car at 400 miles an hour and off a cliff and then survive and still headshot 30 people in a row? That fun of watching John Wick is also sort of the character analysis that you get from John Wick when you're able to, like, I mean, what kind of person kills 120 people after his dog gets killed? That's a psycho. That's a major psycho. And yet, he doesn't seem like a psycho. He actually kind of seems like a very normal person. What John Wick kind of reveals is, yeah, he probably definitely killed a lot more. This is a person who came from killing 7,000 people, somehow ended up marrying someone, falling in love, getting out of the business, and then getting attached to a puppy, right? Like, none of this seems right for a character who's killed so many people. We would not expect them to still be able to form human connections. The love story of John Wick is completely left in the dark. Like, we're not even given a glimpse into the logistics of how his wife could possibly be okay with that, or his partner. I don't know, maybe he didn't actually get married. But like, how do we know if does she know what he did? Who could be okay with that? Maybe she was more of a psycho than he was. But we're given like we're just given this premise. He was a killer, he got out of the business, and now he's out for revenge again because everything he once loved is gone. And that's a very compelling character for us. We like to see people who are pushed to the edge, who have nothing left to lose, who continue to like fight to the last breath. I think it's one of the reasons anime is so effective with its storytelling. Those Shonen Jump anime like My Hero Academia, Naruto, Bleach, Jujutsu Kaisen, all of these anime are you have these heroes with these often over-the-top amounts of power who are driven to the very edge of their ideals. They're pushed to the edge until they finally just lash out and they violently react to the world around them. And we like seeing that moment where they pop, where they violently react to things. In that moment, our characters feel the most human because all of us think to ourselves secretly, I would have snapped a lot sooner than this. Wow, that person's patient. And if you had as much power as All Might or Gojo Sensei or Naruto, I mean, how could you not let this, six tails out against pain? So exploring that internal characterization. We have in the Wind Up Bird Chronicle a story about, and I only preface this for this one specifically because Haruki Murakami's stories are very dense, but they're often based on very, very simple premises. The premises are simple in order to allow this psychological impact to develop and have a much deeper punch. It turns out human psychology is, I say it's not very complicated, and I don't mean that in an academic way. I mean that just sort of in a literistic way, in a storytelling way. I mean it in the way the bard would say human nature isn't very complicated. It's not very complicated, but because what we see over and over, time and time again for thousands of years is people repeat the same patterns. And that's why the archetypes, Jungian archetypes, are so effective for representing these different aspects of stories, these different character types, these different tropes, the different ways that we structure stories, or we tend to structure them around heroes and villains and shadows and animas and mooses or enemies, however you say, animi. All of these different elements of storytelling that we use, they're very, very repetitive. And that's because human beings are very, very repetitive creatures. We the stories that we tell are always going to be versions of stories that have been told before. The ways that we tell them are always going to be ways that they've been told before. A lot of it is window dressing, but there are aspects and perspectival aspects and combinations and whatnot that contribute to creativity that are going to make your story feel like a part of you. And when you give it to a reader, that connection that they get to make with the story is a genuine connection they're making with you. It's the way two human beings connect when they talk to each other in a train platform. It's what makes life feel like not a droll and drab and terrible thing to be in. Because sometimes we are surprised with a new experience and we think, that made a difference. I'm still trying to find the right scene, preferably not one of the innumerable sex scenes in this book that I had forgotten about. This story is, in its simplest form, it's a story about a married couple whose marriage may be on the rocks in some ways. If you're familiar with the concept of marriage, it is when two people decide to make the greatest mistake of their lives and cohabit for the rest of time. Now, of course, you can't actually make that decision in one moment, and that's the problem that a lot of people once married run into. Their thought is, if I compel you to remain with me in this house, under this roof, and there are financial incentives for you not to leave, and if I bind your finger with a metal band, this decision will achieve some kind of permanence. We will be here forever, and nothing will change, and we'll always be happy and in love with each other. But of course, inevitably, people become dissatisfied with things. The little things that you didn't think would bother you 10 years ago bother you 10 years later. And the little things that you didn't think would come back to haunt you, come back to haunt you. When you told her to wear the red dress for the wedding instead of the white dress, because you thought it would be more unique and it would give the wedding, more of this flair later on, it could be the source of the argument for why your wedding pictures could never reflect what she'd actually wanted. The dream of the wedding that she'd had since she was a child, and she was wearing a white dress. Or the way that it showed up on the camera wasn't right. It doesn't even have to be the dress. And perhaps you're dissatisfied with the tie clip you selected. Or you're dissatisfied with the color of your dress. Don't want to presume anything about how this gets set up. Red is common in cultures, but yeah. I believe red is common in, if I'm not mistaken, Eastern cultures. Like I think China and Japan do red dresses. I think it's lucky if because I'm pretty sure white is death. That's what I remember. White is death. And I think they do red, at least in China. I don't know about Japan. Japan might do white because they're so westernized now. I know that Japan, Korea, and I think Taiwan, to a certain extent, all more or less conformed to American cultural norms as far as traditions like that go. For the most part, at least like the majority of them. It came over with religion. The point being, decisions that you make at that point, and India, I forgot about the decisions that you make at those points. We always want them to have this permanence. We want them to be these lasting decisions. I chose this person. I chose to spend the rest of my life with them. I have made these series of choices and I want them to be there forever. I just want to hold this moment like it is. And they won't. This is a book, The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, about that exact feeling, that exact phenomenon repeating over and over and over again as all of these people enter their midlife crises and question all of the decisions that got them to this point. And by all of these people, I actually mostly mean just the main character. Back from Sapporo, I held Kumiko and comforted her. She was feeling lost and confused. She had taken the day off from work. I couldn't sleep a wink last night, she said. The clinic had an opening at just the right time, so I went ahead and decided by myself. She cried a little after saying this. It's finished now, I said. No point in thinking about it anymore. We talked it over, and this was how it worked out. If there's anything else you want to talk about, better do it here and now. Then let's just put it out of our minds. Forget about it. You said on the phone you had something to tell me? Kumiko shook her head. Never mind, she said. You're right. Let's forget about it. We went on with our lives for a while, avoiding all mention of Kumiko's abortion. But this wasn't easy to do. We could be talking about something entirely different when suddenly both of us would fall silent. On weekends, we'd go to movies. In the dark, we might be concentrating on the movie, but we might just as well be thinking about things that had nothing to do with the movie. Or we might be resting our brains by thinking about nothing at all. I knew that Kumiko, sitting next to me, was thinking about something else. I could sense it. After the movie, we'd go somewhere for a beer or a snack. Sometimes we wouldn't know what to talk about. This went on for 6 weeks. A very long 6 weeks, at the end of which Kumiko said to me, What do you say we take a trip tomorrow, go away for a little vacation, just the two of us? Tomorrow's Friday. We can take off until Sunday. People need that kind of thing once in a while. I know what you mean, I said, smiling. But I wonder if anybody at my office even knows what a vacation is. Call in sick then. Say it's flu or something. I'll do the same. We took the train to Karuizawa. I picked that destination because Kumiko said she wanted a quiet place in the mountains where we could walk all we liked. It was off-season there in April. The hotel was hushed. Most of the shops were closed, but that was exactly what we wanted. We did nothing but go out for walks every day, from morning to evening. It took a full day and a half for Kumiko to release her feelings, and once she did, she sat in the hotel room crying for nearly 2 hours. I said nothing the whole time, just held her and let her cry. Then, little by little, in fragments, she began to tell me things about the abortion, about her feelings at the time, about her extreme sense of loss, about how alone she had felt when I was in Hokkaido, and how she could have done what she did only while feeling so alone. And don't get me wrong, she said finally. I'm not regretting what I did. It was the only way. I'm perfectly clear on that. What really hurts, though, is that I want to tell you everything. Absolutely everything, but I just can't do it. I can't tell you exactly how I feel. Kumiko pushed her hair up, revealing a small, shapely ear, and she gave her head a shake. I'm not hiding it from you. I'm planning to tell you sometime. You're the only one I can tell. But I just can't do it now. I can't put it into words. Something from the past? No, that's not it. Take all the time you need, I said. Until you're ready. Time is the one thing we've got plenty of. I'll be right here with you. There's no rush. I just want you to keep one thing in mind. Anything of yours, anything at all, as long as it belongs to you, I will accept as my own. That is one thing you will never have to worry about. Thank you, she said. I'm so glad I married you. But we did not have all the time I thought we had. Exactly what was it that Kumiko had been unable to put into words? Did it have something to do with her disappearance? Maybe, if I had tried dragging it out of her then, I could have avoided losing her now. But no, I concluded after mulling it over. I could never have forced her. She had said she couldn't put it into words. Whatever it was more than she had the strength for. Now, all the while that he's sort of going through these thoughts about his wife, he's also in a well in this chapter. And it's a well that he returns to many times. in the context, again, of course, of that internal world building. So thinking about he's in this memory, he's lost in the deep dark of this memory as he's thinking about the conversation that may or may not have influenced the disappearance of his wife. His wife has disappeared. She's gone. She's missing. He doesn't know if she's been kidnapped or she's been killed or whatever it is. She's just gone. And he's thinking back to, oh no, did I push her away? Was it something I could have changed or prevented? At the same time, he's at the bottom of a well. "Hey down there, Mr. Wind-Up Bird," shouted May Kasahara. In shallow sleep at the time, I thought I was hearing the voice in a dream. But it was not a dream. May Kasahara is just a neighbor girl. She's like 12 or 14 or something. When I looked up, there was May Kasahara's face, small and far away. "I know you're down there. Come on, Mr. Wind-Up Bird, answer me." "I'm here," I said. "What on earth for? What are you doing down there?" "Thinking," I said. "I don't get it. Why do you have to go to the bottom of a well to think? It must be such a pain in the butt." "This way you can really concentrate. It's dark and cool and quiet." "Do you do this a lot?" "No, not a lot. I've never done it before in my life, getting into a well like this." "Is it working? Is it helping you think?" "I don't know yet. I'm still experimenting." She cleared her throat. The sound reverberated loudly to the bottom of the well. "Anyway, Mr. Wind-Up Bird, did you notice the ladder's gone?" "Sure did," I said, "a little while ago." "Did you know it was me who pulled it up?" "No, that I didn't know." "Well, who did you think did it?" "I didn't know," I said honestly. I don't know how to put this, but the thought never really crossed my mind that somebody took it. I thought it just disappeared, to tell you the truth. May Kasahara fell silent. Then, with a note of caution in her voice, as if she thought my words contained some kind of trap for her, she said, "Just disappeared." What do you mean it just disappeared? That all by itself it just disappeared? Maybe so. "You know, Mr. Wind-Up Bird, it's kind of funny for me to bring this up now, but you're pretty weird. There aren't too many people out there as weird as you are. Did you know that?" "I'm not so weird to me," I said. "Then what makes you think that ladders can just disappear?" I rubbed my face with both hands and tried to concentrate all my attention on this conversation with May Kasahara. "You pulled it up, didn't you?" "Of course I did. It doesn't take much brain work to figure that one out. I did it. I sneaked out in the night and I pulled the ladder up." "But why?" "Why not? Do you know how many times I went to your house yesterday? I wanted you to go to work with me again. You weren't there, of course. Then I found that note of yours in the kitchen, so I waited a really long time, but you never came back. So then I thought, just maybe, you might be at the empty house again. I found the well cover half open and the ladder hanging down. Still, it never occurred to me you might be down there. I just figured some workman or somebody had been there and left his ladder. I mean, how many people go to sit in the bottom of a well when they want to think?" "You've got a point there." "Anyhow, so then I sneaked out at night and went to your place, but you still weren't there. That's when it popped into my mind that maybe you were down in the well. Not that I had any idea what you'd be doing down there, but, you know, like I said, you're kind of weird. I came to the well and pulled the ladder up. Bet that got you going." "Yeah, you're right." "Do you have anything to eat or drink down there?" "A little water. I didn't bring any food. I've got 3 lemon drops, though." "How long have you been down there?" "Since late yesterday morning." "You must be hungry." "I guess so." "Don't you have to pee or anything?" Now that she had mentioned it, I realized I hadn't peed once since coming down here. "Not really," I said. "I'm not eating or drinking much." "Say, Mr. Wind-Up Bird, you know what? You might die down there, depending on my mood. I'm the only one who knows you're in there, and I'm the one who hid the rope ladder. Do you realize that? If I just walked away from here, you'd end up dead. You could yell, but no one would hear you. No one would think you were at the bottom of a well. I bet no one would even notice that you were gone. You don't work for any company, and your wife ran away. I suppose someone would notice eventually that you were missing and report it to the police, but you'd be dead by then, and they'd never find your body." "I'm sure you're right. I could die down here, depending on your mood." "How do you feel about that?" "Scared," I said. You don't sound scared. I was still rubbing my cheeks. These were my hands and my cheeks. I couldn't see them in the dark, but they were still here. My body still existed. That's because it hasn't really hit home with me, I said. Well, it has with me, said Mei Kasahara. I bet it's a lot easier to kill somebody than people think. Probably depends on the method. It'd be so easy. I'd just have to leave you there. I wouldn't have to do a thing. Think about it, Mr. Wind-Up-Bird. Just imagine how much you'd suffer dying little by little of hunger and thirst down in the darkness. It wouldn't be easy. I'm sure you're right. You don't really believe me, do you, Mr. Wind-Up-Bird? You think I couldn't do anything so cruel. I don't really know, I said. It's not that I believe you could do it or that I believe you couldn't do it. Anything could happen. The possibility is there, that's what I think. I'm not talking about possibility, she said in the coldest tone imaginable. Hey, I've got an idea. It just occurred to me. You went to all the trouble of climbing down there so you could think. Why don't I fix it so you can concentrate on your thoughts even better? How can you do that? I asked. How? Like this, she said, closing the half of the well cover. Now the darkness was total. What we have in that chapter, actually I shouldn't have closed it. Why did I do that? In that little, in that snippet, so we have, and the reason that I went from the flashback all the way up through the well is we have this perfect symmetry in the storytelling. Again, we're talking about those little sort of karmic circles that we're forming in our scenes. In the scene, we have the first one, and they feed into each other. The first little karmic circle we have is the discussion between him and his wife. And talking about the abortion, this rift that's open between them, how she can't share her feelings with him. And then we get to his thoughts, and this, it ends on such a happy note. It's obviously a fake happiness, right? They had just connected over this. They'd tried to talk about it, but she's not willing to talk about it. He says, take all the time you need until you're ready. And then she says, thank you. I'm so glad I married you. And yet he's recalling this, clearly a cause of their relationship's distress. He's recalling this and throwing in at the end that maybe this was part of what drove her away. Now she's missing. He doesn't know why she's missing, but he wonders, was she kidnapped, taken, murdered? Did she run away of her own volition? Did she not want to be with him? And his answer is that she's disappeared. She's disappeared. And he wakes up as he's at the bottom of this well. He's there so that he can better think and imagine things in the darkness. And he's down there in this darkness. That darkness, of course, is a perfect symmetry for the darkness that he feels of not knowing how Kumiko feels or why she feels that way. That's her name, right? Kumiko? Kumiko, yep. She feels this way, and he's in the dark. He's literally in the dark about why she feels that way. He's figuratively in the dark about why she feels that way in the sense that he doesn't know why she feels that way, right? That's what it is to be in the dark about why somebody is feeling some way. But he's also literally in the dark in that he's at the bottom of a well in near complete and total darkness. And then all of a sudden, the only way that he got into that darkness, the way that he lowered himself into that darkness, was from Kumiko. He lowered himself into the well so that he could feel comfort, so that he could give himself space to think. And the latter disappears, much in the way that Kumiko disappeared. In that way, we are using this world building, this physical world that the character inhabits, and we are using it to build on the metaphysical experiences that they're having in their minds experiences, in their emotions. Their emotions and the way that they're interpreting these events are all driven by I'm actually other way around. What they're experiencing in the real world is being driven by how they're feeling and what they're experiencing in their heads. And we have this perfect symmetry between the world building internally, the world of his memory, the world of the darkness that he's inhabiting, the thoughts that he's having, how he's remembering his conversation with Kumiko, how he's remembering, about the abortion and about the rift that this opened up between them, and then up to her disappearance. He's remembering all of that in the same way that his physical environment is being manipulated. The latter disappears in the same way that Kumiko disappears. He's in the darkness in the well in the same way that he was in the darkness about the way that Kumiko was feeling. We have this perfect symmetry, and that is what I would call internal world building. You are making the outside world reflect the internal states of the character. And that has a very powerful, profoundly powerful effect on the story. The depth of the experience that the reader has is constantly being in there for these emotional rides. Everything that they look at in the world has a feeling to it, and it's there to convey a feeling, and it feels that way. It's upfront about it. When the latter disappears and he's at the bottom of a well, we sense the hopelessness that that represents. And now it feels like, ooh, did Mei Kasahara take something from him? Was something taken from him by Kumiko disappearing? But he doesn't seem to feel that way. He doesn't feel any anger at Kasahara for taking away the ladder, for potentially leaving him to die, for joking about all of this, or putting the top over the thing and leaving him in complete and total darkness. He's not feeling righteous indignation about what does this girl think she's doing to me. Instead, ooh, rockin', okay. Instead, oh, you didn't put anything in the Discord. Oh, you're just looking for the Discord link. Is that what it is? Discord link is, so I don't have commands set up. I need to do that. But if I'm being honest, I don't know how to do that. The Discord link is on the description of my Twitch page, which I can copy it, I think. I think I know what I'm doing. I'll toss it in there. Why am I don't... Oh, rockin'. And did I miss something? Let me see. Let me make sure that we didn't miss anybody. I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much, Demorgank. I hope I'm saying that right. For the follow. Very appreciate. And apologies. I don't have my notifications set up to let me know when somebody does that. I would normally have that, and for some reason it got turned off. Not sure why. So, I was hoping to review some Dune and maybe some Arabian Nights or Under Kilimanjaro about the world building that they present us with. What's fascinating about Arabian Nights, and of course I'm talking about the Arabian Nights as in 1001 Arabian Nights or 1000 Arabian Nights or alternate names, Arabian Nights Entertainments. Is that no, that's a poem, I think, by William Ernest Henley or something like that. Anyway, Arabian Nights, the collection of various more or less ancient myths of Arabian culture, and by Arabian I mean like the collection of Middle Eastern land areas and the peoples that inhabited them throughout time. Arabian Nights, we'll be looking at that later. Not necessarily today, and I'm going to probably have to go through and find a story that doesn't reference objectively racist tropes. It's a little difficult at times because sometimes they don't really hide it very well. It's one thing to read the story about it's just one thing to read a story where it's written in a hidden way where you can acknowledge it and then just sort of keep going. But when they reference things like, the Negro or whatever, like suddenly it becomes a lot more like, eek, I don't feel comfortable reading that out loud. So I'll have to go through these. More or less, the Arabian Nights, of course, if you are familiar with it, is essentially a collection of stories told by one queen who is about to be killed by a king. And actually, I think the first page of it is that's the Scheherazade is the name of the queen. Or is that the king? That might be the king. The Tale of Scheherazade, I think it's the queen. I think it's the woman. And it is the story of how she is about to be killed, and in lieu of being killed, she says, wait, don't kill me. How about you kill me tomorrow? And in the meantime, I tell you about a story that will prevent your destruction. Because, you could kill me now, but I have a story that I can tell you. And she more or less convinces him night after night after night for about 1,000 nights to stay her execution, and keeps telling him story after story after story. The work is praised for its, and I say the work, I'm actually referencing like the collection of stories, and the way they were delivered in 1,000 Arabian Nights is praised for its ability to be subtly meta. It's the story within a story within a story concept. It's the we are a part of the story. It's the like including the reader in the second person sort of way. It's colloquial storytelling from old mythic times, but it has a very fresh feeling to it in the way that it's told. It feels like something that legitimately, I could see it as like a Game of Thrones, or not a Game of Thrones, sorry, HBO, that's what I meant, HBO show or something like that. Or like a short series or something. Anyway, it's very fresh, it's very excellent. What's excellent about the world building in particular is it gives us not only mythos to draw from, but it also has an appeal insofar as the world building is isolated in snippets, so it's a lot easier to digest. It makes it something that's easier to analyze rather than something like the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle or the Shadow and Claw by Gene Wolfe. It makes it something that we don't have to, parse just a section of. We could look at a whole story and analyze what kind of world building is driving that story forward, is serving it in a productive and functional and sort of like holistic way. So we'll be looking at that, not tonight though, later. And Under Kilimanjaro, which I brought for just, it's an absolutely beautiful story. But it's world building is real in Under Kilimanjaro because it's based off of Ernest Hemingway's real experiences in Africa, and that's different. Real world building is different from non-real world building. Melding the two into an art form is how we can convince people that they are not different arts. But real world building, just to be able to justify this claim, real world building is based off of the art of observation and study, and not real world building is based off of the ability to create convincingly. More or less the ability to create illusions, lies, deceptions, or worlds of alternate truth. Not in the way that, some with very cynical and hopeless careers might create alternate truth. Not that kind of alternate truth. So, That's to look forward to. Join us on the Discord. The Discord is in the channel description thing. And I'm going to try to get better about like things like commands, Twitch commands, where you can just be like, yeah, Discord, ! Discord, and then suddenly get a link or something like that. That sounds useful. So thank you for the suggestion, Raving, even though you didn't make the suggestion verbally, but I understood it. I interpreted it. It's an excellent suggestion. That will be coming... I'm not going to say when. I'm not going to try to predict. Let's just say 6 months from now, it should work. We'll say 6 months from now. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see who is human right now. Do we have humans on the... who's live? Nobody. Nobody is live. I am the only one. I'm not the only one. Let's look at the writing tag. Let's see. Who is live? Oh, Satoru. Wonderful. Okay. Well, we will see you on the flip side. So I'm not going to say what we're going to be doing next time because I have no idea. I'd like to say it's something to do with Arabian Nights, but I don't really want to commit myself to actually having to open a book next time if I don't want to. I'm very bad. If I don't want to do something, I won't do it. So what are the things that I will want to do later? I don't know. Maybe we'll be playing some games or something. Or maybe we'll just be chilling, reading things, loving life, researching. I don't know, going down a Wikipedia rabbit hole. If you have a suggestion, I'm more than happy to entertain it. Because also editing. If you have something that you'd like me to read on stream or edit, I'm open. I'm very happy to entertain it. I do developmental editing. I don't do line editing. Not very much of it. That's just a preference for me. I can do line editing. I charge a lot more for it because I hate line editing. It's just boring. I like developmental editing because it focuses on the big ideas and I can help you structure the story. Line editors, I think, are a very valuable resource. They're very important when you're ready to publish the book. It's not important to line edit something that is going to be changed, which most stories, if they are in need of developmental editing, are going to be facing changes. So yes, if there's something you'd like me to take a look at, message me in the Discord. I look forward to it. Peace and love, family. And we will be raiding into... I can't believe I have to agree to my own chat rules. Like, God doesn't have to agree to his own rules. Why do I? Okay. Raid... What's the command? How do you do commands here? Is it exclamation mark? Crap. I don't even know how to... Raid. There we go. It's a slash. Raid. Satoru 1, 2, 3. Okay. Peace and love, family. See you on the flip side. Have a good evening. Or morning. I don't know. Wherever you are.